Halló? Igen. Szóval, hogy igen, tehát vannak bajok a gammal. Amúgy háló mindenkinek, úgyhogy sajnos ma nem lesz. Bár mennyire akartatok. Gamot ma sajnos nem lesz. Mert hogy is mondjam, nagyjából 5 másodpercenként kikapcsolt. Maradjunk annyiba. Nem igazán akart működni. De itt vagyunk. Úgyhogy az a lényeg, hogy legalább itt vagyunk. Üdv mindenkinek! Szia Tiffany, szia Nicoletta, szia Noel és szia Ferenc, üdv mindenkinek! Úgyhogy ma nem fogjátok látni a gyönyörű arcomat, majd nem tudom, megpróbálok valamit csinálni vele, de már tegnap is csinálta, hogy kikapcsolt, nem tudom, néha. Most viszont konkrétan 10 másodpercenként leállt, meg lefagyott, szóval egyszerűen nem tudtam vele mit csinálni. Nem, Ferenc, ma se lesz nézői, ugyanis ma nézzük a második napját a versenynek, ami tegnap elkezdődött. És majd, de mondom, úgyis szólok, hogyha lesz. Meg a címbe is benne szokott lenni, hogyha van nézői. Szóval ne izguljatok, mindig tudni fogjátok, hogyha van. De úgyhogy szólni fogok mindenképpen.
It's the starting point of day 2, and with match 7 on the horizon here at Takata, all of these teams essentially revving up their engines because everybody wants to try and cement their position on that leaderboard, and they're probably even hoping that Malibuka's team, Veno's team, that they stay inside of that pocket because extending the leaderboard out to that 7th place position would be a nice feature.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, what I love most about day 2 is the prep work that goes into it, but we don't have to wait long to get into it because game 7 is ready to go.
And now all of our teams prepared. They've had that night to review. They've had a chance to analyze and assess, figure out what could be better, what didn't go their way. Aside from just the zones, it's not the only feature. It can definitely play a big part here, but these teams and the map in general has definitely shifted, Takata.
100%. And speaking about a shift, Tayson no longer dropping on the Crime City side of the map, now actually contesting Kappa Kappa. Now, I said contesting because according to the drop map, I mean, Hootie, Dexy, and Artist are also landing around here, but it seems that is not going to be the case. But hold on, pause that thought, because it looks like Vico, Veno, and Flixie, they're not even going for the third party. They are directly contesting Lone Wolf against the #1 trio from day 1, Ping, Walks, Malibuka.
The elephant in the room all along was, are they going to actually challenge Malibuka's point disparity? And Vika, Veno, Flixie, they certainly seem like they've been preparing for this contest at Lone Wolf Lair. Viko still rumbling around upstairs. Malibuka under some heavy pressure. Veno wants to drop, but he's gonna sit tight.
Na, ez így érdekes lesz. Szia, Alex! Na nézzük, mi lesz itt. Hopp, Vox meghalt.
And finally, it seems like the conclusion is going to pivot entirely into Veno.
Miért csak nézzük őket? Hát azért nem játszom, mert nem jutottam be. mert ők Európa 33 legjobb játék, vagy 33 legjobb csapata, és emiatt csak nézni tudjuk őket. Meg azért nézzük, mert engem érdekel, és ezért, ja. Ha már nézem, akkor általában szoktam régebben is, amikor néztem, régebben is streameltem, és most is fogom, szóval, ja. Ha valakit esetleg érdekelne egyébként, csak azért, de egyébként azért nézem, mert élvezem, és ja. És esetleg aki mondjuk nem értene angolul, de érdekelni a dolog, akkor itt tudja nézni, és mondom magyarul, hogy mi történik. Ennyi igazából.
For as long as possible, but Veno knows best. They can't afford any survivors. This is the time and place to close things out, because if Ping manages to escape somehow, some way, they're going to just have to revisit this whole scenario and trying to control Malibuca's point leads. But Vico, Veno, Flixie closing in. The scanner has already marked it. Ping first to be on the move. And he's scrambling, but just getting hunted down from so many different directions. It's hard for him to even keep tabs on what comes next. And Vico finds the second elimination.
És az első hely kiesik a meccsből.
This is what we were kind of anticipating.
Úgy láttam, hogy közben Mr. Savage-ék is gyilkolnak. Emiatt nem mondok YouTube-on, meg Twitch-en se nem lehet sajnos. Szóval Mr. Savage-ék is szerzik a eliminációkat.
Now the question is, we still have 6 total matches to be played out today. Will the trend continue? Will it go back and forth? But for now in game 1, Vico, Veno, Flixie come out on top. Twy, Noms, and Awahalo though. Nice little pickup of their drop spot as we switch on over to more of the southwest side of the map here.
And Moneymaker, they have a player completely shut out from the map.
Így van, én lecsészelném.
To just fully chase all the way towards that southwest corner. They're just biding their time. They know if it comes down to a battle of attrition, 3 versus 1 is always going to be the most favorable outcome. And they want this elimination onto Ricky.
Ricky.
Just trying to gather as much surge damage as possible. We saw so many teams, Moneymaker's team obviously being very open about the zones, having to maintain surge damage. It's always going to be difficult. So the sooner you get the start on it, the better.
I'm trying to see, I didn't quite see where the zone's pulling. I'm seeing if we got another north zone to start it off, or if it's, gonna get shaken up.
Just assume it's the north.
Gotta call Zeke, be like, yo, Zeke, you gotta stop this, man. We gotta get more south zones. Just kidding. As Blaha, Mixon, and Comeback. There's a trio that they always make it into these major finals, and they do a pretty good job. I mean, last season, they got 14th, but I say a good job in the sense as,
Nyugi, hogyha lesz valami érdekes, azt elmondom, de általában csak jeppelnek, úgyhogy csak ilyen random dolgokat mondanak, mert nem történik semmi. Ha történik valami, akkor úgyis mondom. Meg ha valami érdekeset mondanak, azt szoktam, úgyhogy ja.
Just like I drop Sky and Scroll that had an incredible start.
Ami fontos az ugye az, hogy jelenleg amit mutat pontot, az csak a mai nap pontjai, tehát a tegnapit azt nem mutatjuk, viszont most mutatják a leaderboardot. Az első csapat meghalt, már ilyen hamar, viszont ami a többi csapatnak, akik alattuk vannak, fontos, hogy ezt most ki kell használniuk. Mert a mögöttük lévő 5 csapat viszont még nem halt meg. Sky pedig már bele is kezdtek a Storm Search gyűjtésbe, mert az kell. És csak a szokásos.
It's certainly a method.
Felülnek egy
When
torony
everyone
tetejére,
else is doing it, you kind
és
of have to play your own part here.
onnan kell
Chat
lövöldözni egymásra, mert ez a meta.
Little bit of pressure off their back.
Sajnos.
You know, no longer dropping.
Ami egészen unalmas meta, és tegnap nem volt ilyen unalmas, mert tegnap azért voltak 3v3-ak bőven, körön kívül, és mindig tudtunk nézni valami fightot, most viszont úgy látom, hogy nem.
Yesterday was just incredibly rough, though, for this team. And again, they weren't the only team that encountered their fair
A
share of
barátom 7
struggles,
darab
but
árammóval sok sikert kívánok.
distinctly, someone that so many teams have just constantly been placing in such high regard that you know that he's a crazy fragger, but
Skvi.
in this kind of competitive landscape, Takada, we're seeing things like, you know, Prime Shark, for example, in a surge base, Noah Riley in a surge base. And so these teams, when they're not necessarily able to utilize the full benefit of some of that fighting power that they're capable of, teams like Vanya, Marius, and Pixie are then able to just kind of stake their way more consistently in that top end of the leaderboard.
I mean, it's the meta, right? You want to minimize those risks.
Ez a csapat, akit most nézünk, az egyetlen, akinek aki több győzelmet tudott szerezni az első nap során, azaz 2, mindenki másnak csak egyet.
Has its pros and cons.
Sikerült.
The least amount of risks that you're able to put yourself into is obviously going to benefit you the most in a 12
Ez egyébként trió kap, és nem mentem senkivel, mert nem volt kivel menni. Igazából. És ja, ez most idén trió. Csak YouTube-on nem látjátok, de nekem ugye teljes képernyőn bal alul van a másik 2 csapattársa mindig. Csak azt nem látjátok.
Still super impressed with the performance that Frodoxy, Pablo, and Gino were able to put on yesterday. The fact that they're currently sitting in that third place position heading into today, despite so many of those zones pulling so far away from where they're landing, just indicates that they've definitely figured out very steady levels for how to rotate. And Game 1 yesterday was really the only match that didn't go their way. Every other match, they were able to find themselves in top 10 position. And that kind of consistency is really going to take you the extra mile when you are looking for those opportunities to just stay inside of the leaderboard top 5, top 7.
I'm curious now how well, you know, the trios that were second, third, and fourth maybe are going to perform. The Vanya, Pablo, the Queasy. Now that Malibuca's out of the game with 0 points.
Felültek egy...
How much of that gap is actually
Jaj, de jó ez a meta, de szerettem.
Over, what, like 130 points difference from second place, so if all those trios kind of in that top 7 like you were mentioning can do a good job here, it's gonna get interesting.
Such a familiar sight though at Rolling Blossoms Farm and the Bermuda Triangle.
Nem, ma nem lesz Fortnite videó, meg a közeljövőben nem valószínű, hogy lesz, mert nincs jelenleg igazából miből csinálni videót, szóval ja. Streamek azok vannak, meg lesznek, de videó most egyelőre nem. Akarnék csinálni, csak most egyelőre nincs miből. De amint lesz, akkor valószínűleg lesz is videó, szóval ja.
I like the way they look, and they either had like really good games or kind of mid games. I mean, Levin was talking about they got like third, second, but then the games they didn't make it far in the late game, 19th, 11th, 14th. So hopefully they can kind of get that consistency going here in day 2, but it looks like so far at Demon's Dojo, it's quite silent.
So many teams still trying to just figure out where exactly they want to actually head first. Seti, Cammy, and Hari. You know, there were definitely some expressed frustrations from Seti last night on socials. And it's always going to be an understandable position. You know, us as spectators, we just get to enjoy every element that's involved with competitive play, but I know for the players, it can always be a little bit of a sticky situation at times. Still, this is such a seasoned veteran trio, Takada. It's hard pressed to believe.
Nem baj, Alex, nem baj, nincs csapattársam, mert olyan nagyon nem lenne esélye. Ezek a játékosok mindegyikük nagyon csúnyán elkalapálnak.
Lands quite south on the map, but despite that, you know, they're still in 10th place. So people are talking about, hey, you know, so many north zones, what are we gonna do? I mean, this is almost as south as you can get. Landing,
És megint északi kör van, tehát egy északra húzott a kör. És tegnap ugyanez volt Európában és Amerikában is. Tehát az amerikai. Oh.
Wait, I think it took the porta party, right? I might have read the name wrong, but yeah, okay. Volko, Kiddo, and Cringe might have gotten a little fight.
Szóval, hogy elég sokszor húzott éjszaka, sőt, sajnos mindig.
Scared me for a moment there. I guess one thing is, you know, Malibuca, Ping, and Walks are very familiar with Lone Wolf. Vico has landed there before in the divisional cups, but it wasn't the whole season, right? It was like they were trying out these different spots, so you know they have kind of a bit of a plan, and I'm sure they studied.
Melyikre gondolsz, a arra a fehérre vagy a sárgára?
They haven't practiced it as much as Malibuca's trio, so we'll see how it plays out. But I mean, it's Vico, Veno, Flixi, Taco. They are going to be more than ready enough to get a solid match out of this.
Fehér, van a fehér, vagy fehéres, ilyen, tudom milyen színű. Meg van a sárga. A sárga az most lesz ez az úgynevezett Pro EM verseny, ahol 20 darab content creatort meghívtak, és 20 darab pro játékos meghívtak, és összepárosították őket, tehát összesen 40 játékos, és mind a 40 ember, aki meg lett hívva, megkapta ezt a sárga FNCS pickaxe-et, ami 2000... Chapter 2-től Chapter 3 végéig volt talán. Vagy nem tudom pontosan, hogy meddig, de valamente elég sokáig az megkapta, aki megnyerte az FNCS. És most akit meghívtak a Pro EM-re, az pedig mindenki megkapta ezt a pickaxe-et, és most ezért használják elég sokan. És hát azok közül, akiket meghívtak. És itt is azért van egy pár itt is van egy jó pár ember, aki meg lett hívva.
Adil just clearly paranoid about that pre-existing surge pace in the distance, not trying to lose any more HP than necessary.
Akit pont most nézünk, ő mondjuk pont nem lett meghívva, viszont a csapattársa 200 IQ nevezetű ember viszont meg lett. Ő Mr. Savage. Ő meg lett hívva, és...
And it's never going to be easy, but got a lot of catch up to do. Teams like Fradoxy, Pablo, and Chino, they're just trying to lock in some of the success that they had yesterday.
Now qualifying globals, they got a ways to go, but hey, you can dream.
Igen, megkapták a kedvenc pickaxe-et? Hát.
In an incredible spot going into today, third place.
Egy mód van arra, hogy megszerez, és hát jelenleg, amiről tudunk, egyébként azt mondják, hogy valószínű, elképzelhető, hogy be fog kerülni a shopba, úgyhogy ne aggódj. Lehet, hogy meg tudod majd venni, de azt mondták, hogy ez még nem most lesz egyelőre, mert a Pro EM az május 10-e, és aki viszont vesz egy jegyet a Pro EM-re és elmegy nyilván, az elvileg kapni fog egy kódot, amivel be tudja aktiválni, de az, hát Amerikában lesz a verseny, szóval hogy ja, az így nem nagyon opció. De elvileg be fog jönni a shopba. És hát ezt mondják, hogy be fog jönni. Úgyhogy reménykedj benne, hogy bejön, és nem vernek át.
Lost two, found two. Magic Mosses. This is the place you want to be if you're in Storm. But at the same time, now that you lost two of your teammates, look, on the bright side, at least they picked up like 6 eliminations, so even if this doesn't go their way, you know, still a decent amount of points. Vanya, Marius, and Pixie.
Úgy látom, hogy egyébként
We saw them win a couple games yesterday, the only trio that won 2 matches. They're more
igen, ezt ingyen, hát örökre, igen, elvileg örökre. Elvileg, ja. Szóval, ja. Elvileg megkapják örökre. Szóval, ja. De mondom, elvileg be fog jönni az item shopba, szóval nagyon nem kell aggódnod, hogyha ez a kedvenc pickaxe-ed, akkor hogy meg tudod venni esetleg, ha bejön. Ami nem biztos, de elvileg, mert azt írták, hogy és hát azt gondolják az emberek, hogy befog, szóval ja.
They can put themselves in those situations that are normally incredibly risky to take fights in, but with their fragging power, with their confidence, the majority of the time they are going to come out on top. And you got to take those risks when you're behind, according to first, you know, compared to first place by a significant amount. You need that big game, but they're setting
első mögötti 5 csapat még mindig tökéletesen él. Itt van az egyikük, Szizzi, Kvízi és Mersztes. És elég jól is állnak talán. Közel vannak viszonylag a zónához, következőhöz. És itt láthatjuk, ahogy szereztek egy killt, aki nem más volt, mint Franek. Nekik viszont ez nem jött jól, ugyanis ők, ha jól tudom, a 9 vagy 10. helyen álltak. Így nekik azért kellett volna egy picit jobb game-ennél a 20 nem tudom hanyadik helyről. Akinek viszont ez a game tényleg jól jönne, az Mr. Savage, Rezon és Vedil, akit láthatunk lejjebb, csak nem őket nézzük, mert Thomas, Apple és Panzert nézzük, akiknek szintén jól jönne egy jó game, ugyanis ők feljebb vannak a leaderboardon. Ha jól tudom, 4-ek vagy 5-ek. Azt hiszem 4-ek, és ha ki tudnák esetleg használni az első helynek ezt a... Hát egyébként várható volt, hogy rájuk fognak ugrani a Venóék, de váratlan bukását, akkor esetleg feljebb léphetnek a leaderboardon.
Kind of getting picked on by the rest of the lobby.
It's a vicious cycle, but
azt mondják, vissza fog jönni a Psycho Bandit skin-et, évenetlen megvenni sem amúgy. Hát, amúgy, ja, az jó skin. A Mongrára emlékeztet, ő szokta gyakran használni, vagy ő használta nagyon sokszor. De nem tudom, hogy vissza fog érni, mert ha jól emlékszem, akkor lehet, hogy bent volt a shopban, de mintha úgy emlékeznék, hogy közben Kvízi lemegy a földre, mintha úgy emlékeznék, hogy azt játék mellé lehetett megvenni, talán. Vagy játék, hogyha megvetted a játékot, akkor meg is kaptad, vagy valami hasonló volt. Meg talán kódokat lehetett venni, nem, pontosan nem tudom, mert akkor még annyira nem voltam benne a skinekben, meg stb. De valami ilyesmit hallottam, hogy úgy lehet, hopp, közben. Még a kedvenc pickaxe-em. Most amit a legtöbbször használnak, az a másik fajta FNCS pickaxe, az a fehér, vagy fehéres ilyen össze-vissza színű, tudod. Mindjárt megmutatom. Hoppá, Merszes vele egyért közben.
has an opportunity to find even
Ja,
more
ez.
surge. He's still sitting just below, but talk about a clutch up. Mustache just fully online.
Azt használom most a legtöbbet. Egyébként használtam a Starwandot is elég sokat. Tudod, az a rózsaszín és a csillag.
This is interesting.
Meg használtam a golfütőt is egy ideig, elég sokáig. Azt hiszem ennyi. Hopp, már szacs közben kapja az élet, az biztos. Nincs könnyű dolga. A Savage-éknek nincsen két. Ó, jaj. Megtaláltam Ariust. Az nem jó. Az Vanyak és Pixie egyedül marad, úgy látom. Duók lecsalniuk kell ebbe a gamebe. Merces meghalt közben már. Vanya, Pixie egyedül, vagy ketten maradnak. Ismered az összes pickaxe-et? Na. Jó, akkor most már nem magyarázom el. Most már tudom, hogy pickaxe experttel van dolgom. Sőt, majd én kérdezek tőled. Savage, Savage. Savage, ne hallj meg, 13. Még kéne, azon még javítani kéne a 13. 13. helyen. Remélem vissza tudtok healelni. Chilleljetek kicsit. Rezonéktak nem áll jól a HP-ja. Nem tetszik. I don't like this. Skineket is jó, oké. Akkor Fortnite cosmetic item profi. Hopp, Vanya. Jassen. Pixie meghalt. Vanya egyedül marad. Vanya felveszi a Jog-Jogot. Ó, Jog time. Én bocsánat. Jó. És a Vanya az megy. Jog. Nem jött be a Jog. De Venoy, vagy Mr. Savage még mindig megy, Mr. Savage szerez egy killt, ha jól láttam. Így van. Na, gyerünk Savage. De hogy van még 11 team? Vadil meghal. Mr. Savage leszedi Fredoxit. Vico, Venom, Flixi meg fogja nyerni ezt a gémet high groundról, de én azt nézem, hogy Mr. Savage meddig tud még solo clutcholni. De úgy láttam, hogy már sem eddig, mert ma meghalt. Bazzeg. Vagy csak vak vagyok. Is potentially pulling in their favor, and they've got a firm grasp of this front side. They've cut everybody else off, and they are just looking back, preventing teams from breaking through. Akira's gonna be forced to play the defensive wall. Játékosat is ismered. Na, azokat nagyjából én is. Trying to keep tabs on what's taking place above them, though. They gotta be really careful here. They got Kurama on their side point, and they're just gonna jump right in. But Tayson meghalt. Top 3 Vico-ék leugranak. Hát Vico-ék azok ezt valószínűleg megnyerik, mert Riss és Chicho ketten maradnak, mert Tayson meghalt. Baseball! Ajjaj. Az egy hazafutást ütött az öreg, így van. Hát... a Vico-ék megérkeztek, úgy láttam a második nap első gémében. Elég jól jött nekik azt, hogy ráugrottak az első helyre, és szerintem így a leaderboard hirtelen feje lefelé fog állni egy kicsit most. Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy megelőzték-e nem az elsőjét még biztos nem előzték meg, hogy hülye vagyok, az még gyakorlatilag lehetetlen, mert valami 290 pontjuk volt, a vizéknek meg 410, szóval... De várjál! Lehet, hogy amúgy nagyon közel van szerintem. Mindjárt megnézzük egyébként, hogy áll a helyzet. Majd amikor jön az a 2 perces szünet, akkor megnézzük, hogy mi a helyzet. De hát ez elég érdekes. Arra leszek kíváncsi most, hogy Venóék ráugranak-e megint Big Vox Malibukára, mert hogyha igen, akkor viszont valószínűleg máshogy fog ez a következő Osborn fight alakulni, mivel már tudni fogják, vagyis hát gondolom számítani fognak rá Malibukáék, hogy Venóék jönnek, és hát akkor remélhetőleg, vagyis hát nem remélhetőleg, hanem és akkor majd meglátjuk, hogy fog ez menni.
Well, the thing is, Vico and Flixie have had a history of landing here this season. They've landed here in a couple of events, so although I'm very, very shocked, we almost shouldn't be in a way because they have had experience of this drop spot.
Igen, tehát amit láttam, hogy Malibukáik nem úgy landoltak, mint hogyha
on their new drop spot. So, I mean, the way that they did this is unreal, and I like the way that they went about the final elimination as well, just using that scanner to find out ping right there and just
szeretem a Kirát, a Dinamót, nem tudom. De ezt a kettőt így viszonylag. Kedvenc játékosom? Hát igazából kedvenc játékosom úgy folyamatosan nincs, most éppen a Mr. Savage-nek szurkolok. Egyébként régen a Mongrát szerettem a legjobban, meg most is, csak most ugye nem tudok neki szurkolni, mert sajnos nem jutott be. Meg most már azért neki lejárt az ideje, maradjunk annyiban, neki most egy annak fontosabb dolgai az életben, de egyébként ő meg meg talán Péter Bot, de csak azért, mert félig magyar, és ő is Péter, mint én. Meg azt nem tudom tőle elvenni, hogy jelenleg biztosan a legjobb játékos a világon, és senki nem jobb nála. És elképesztő Pali. Szóval ja, talán ők. És amúgy nem baj, hogy kérdezel, mert legalább van miről beszélni. Végre van valakivel tudok beszélgetni ezek közben a tucok közben. Na nézzük a leaderboardot. Ez én vagyok, az nem kell. Nekem ez kell. Jó, hát ez várható volt, tehát mondjuk 125 pont, az mondjuk erős egy kicsit. Mr. Savage, egész jó, 9. hely, 5 kill, egész jó. És akkor nézzük. Kumulatív, aha. Már is elfogyott az előny a Malibukáéknak, ami így megvolt. Az a 100 akárhány pont, amivel erre a második napra érkeztek, az így csak így eltűnt, szóval, ja. Vanya, Pixie, Marius tartják, vagyis hát leestek a 3. helyre, akárcsak Chino és Redoxiék. Pinkék fejettek az 5. helyre, Panzerék 6. Swizzy, Quizzy, Merce, hát ez a game, ez nagyon rosszul sikerült nekik. Mindössze a 7. helyen. Reese, Dayson, Csicsó feljöttek a 8. helyre, ami meglepő, ugyanis az első napot rosszul kezdték. Szetik, ami Harry feljöttek, vagy nem tudom, hogy feljöttek-e, lehet, hogy lejjebb mentek? Hát 11. hely, hát akkor lehet, hogy lejjebb estek egy kicsit. Viszont akik feljebb jöttek, az biztos, hogy Akira, Kurama és Verex, viszont iDroppék meg lejjebb mentek. Ismét azt hiszem 2 hellyel. Viszont Mr. Savage-ék feljöttek 2 helyet. Let's go! már csak nem tudom hány szor 2 helyet kéne felmenni ahhoz, hogy hát bejussanak a LAN-ra, de ja. Az itt a top 7 az tehát eléggé kezd kialakulni itt egy kisebb fajta gap a top 7 és az alattiak között. És jelen állás szerint a top 7 jutna be a LAN-ra, de majd meglátjuk. Milyen napon volt? Semmi, igazából semmi különös. Nem volt rossz. Nem történt olyan nagyon semmi. Szünet utolsó napja. Holnap suli. De nem baj, mert csak 3 nap van, mert csütörtök, péntek, szombat, vasárnap, egy hosszú hétvége, úgyhogy ja. És egyébként jól is vagyok, köszönöm szépen. Ti, nektek milyen volt a napotok, és hogy vagytok? Visszakérdezek. Ja, úgyhogy érdekes a leaderboard. Hát, ja. Hát kíváncsi leszek, hogy ez a top 7 ez vajon így is marad-e. Mert ha igen, akkor lesznek itt elég olyan csapatok, akik elég nagy csalódást okoznak, mint például Idle Skies, Scroll, valamint Pixar és Demus, vagy Demus, vagy nem tudom. Szóval ja.
Mini Miner. What does this mean for Mali's team? Do you think that they're going to have a bit of a mental block? They're going to have the shadow of Venno on their backs going forward?
Yeah, I mean, they have to, right? That has to give them a bit of a wobble. They've now just sat in lobby for 25 minutes, having to think through what they need to do next. That's definitely thrown a spanner in the works.
Gyakorlatilag tényleg feje tetejére állították ezzel az egész az egész gémet.
This is the beauty of Fortnite, right? Because after yesterday, everyone was going 100-point gap after day one. Is crazy,
right? And just like that,
it's all changed, right? 17 points, nothing now.
Érdekes lesz.
5 games, so close. I don't know what they're gonna do. I mean, do you just keep going there because it works so well in that game? I feel like we just can't predict what Venno Vico Flixi will do because they've just been so unpredictable all weekend long, including that game. Whatever they do, I know they've cooked up something. That's the reality of it. We can trust that whatever they choose to do will be effective.
Well, we've got 5 more courses to taste as the day continues, but let's talk about Banyak, Pixie and Marius. Vanya in particular was making hero plays to try and clutch them inside the top 10. I think he managed 12 in that last game, but it's still a blistering start for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at these guys, and again, they were a team that
amit most hallottatok, ha hallottátok, nem tudom, ez a győztes csapatnak a reakciója, vagyis hát az egyiküknek. Ezt tweetelte az öreg. Szép.
And in this team, he's got Marius and Pixie with him. Marius very unfortunate there to get taken down by Mustache. But, you know, when you have Marius and Pixie alongside, you know, a player like Vanya, you know, they're always destined for great things. How he survived here, Mini, was mental. I thought he was 100% going down, and he just managed to just stay alive, clutch out some extra placement points.
Yeah, we spoke about it a lot last major as well with Queasy, Swizzy and Mustache about how these important solo clutches can have a big impact because these guys now need to keep up with the top end of the leaderboard if they want any chance of winning this FNCS. So those sort of performances are so important, especially now if Vico and Flixi are going to be landing in different places. Maybe they're going to continue landing on Malabuka. That could swing either way. So they need to keep in that top 3.
Tyson, Chris and Chicho, we didn't
Szia,
get to
Alex,
see
majd
much of
akkor
a big performance from them yesterday. However, their
találkozunk
fortunes
8-kor.
did start to
Akkor még
improve
tartani fog pont.
over the first 6 games.
Még akkor
And now
nagyjából
I
lesz
feel like
egy
we've seen the
utolsó
best from
game
them
hátra
now. They
minimum.
switched their drop spot to Kappa Kappa Mini Miner.
Yeah, well, they switched their drop spot midway through.
Sőt, még lehet, hogy az utolsó előtti gamebe leszünk.
I think they were uncontested in that game as well, Evan. So a lot it seems to be going their way right now. And this is the sort of performance that we expect to see from a team like Tayson, Chicho, and Haris. We know how good Chicho and Haris are. We know how good Tayson can be in these high-pressure situations. We just didn't get to see it for half of yesterday, and now they're sneakily coming up into that top 8. Could they be a Globals qualification? We'll have to see.
If they keep this up, absolutely. Their form since switching to Kappa has been so strong. It sometimes feels wrong, like talking about competitive Fortnite EU, like the top level of it, not mentioning Tayson. So I'm glad to see their team picking up a bit of form, and maybe they will push their way in and call for globals.
This is what we want to see, guys. A hotly contested day 2. So let's head to game 8 now with Taco and Takata.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, to set the stage, there was a 142-point difference from Veno's trio and Malibuka's trio going into game 1 today. Now there's just a 17-point difference after one match. The issue is, Taco,
Ja láttam, most itt láttam. Bocs, nem láttam. Házasság 30 nem volt tegnap, úgy fáztam. Ó, most, hogy megjött a meleg, egy jó láz és egy jó... Az nagyon rossz, amikor meleg van, de mégis fázol. Hát akkor jobbulás, hogyha még mindig rosszul vagy. Nem baj, meghosszabbítod a tavaszi szünetet. Ez legyen a fejedbe, hogy legalább meghosszabbítottad a tavaszi szünetet. De jobbulás.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a minor factor too, but if you get elimed off spawn, you got like 23 minutes, what, maybe you're in creative doing 1v1 something. Vico Venoflixi just got like a 15 elim win. I mean, that's gonna boost up your confidence, boost up your energy, and I didn't see Vico missing any shots, so I mean, they're gonna be going in on fire for this off-spawn engagement. Once again, if that's what they decide to do, right? We saw them switch things up, but to be honest, I think it's what's gonna happen. We don't have to wait long. The 8th game is ready to go.
It's just gotta be one of those stomach drop sensations, though, if you are Malibuka, Ping, and Walks, because everybody is such a fierce competitor.
Na nézzük, hogy ráugranak ismét.
You are just watching the team that wiped you, watching, knowing that this is probably the only team in this lobby that can truly threaten your current claim for that first place position on the leaderboard, and then you see them win. Not just clear you out of your spot, but win the game. It is such a huge statement from Veno's team, and we're gonna have a repeat circumstance here, Takata. Veno,
Na, és megint érkeznek.
Here again at Lone Wolf. They are not letting up, and Malibuka, Walks, and Ping, they're gonna have to formulate some kind of a response because they can't afford to watch these guys play out a fresh match without them.
Looking at drops, Flixi lands first. Vico Veno, they've claimed the high ground position here at Lone Wolf. They have that positional advantage. Will they be able to take this fight fast enough? Will they get enough shields? There's so many factors to these early game engagements. But ultimately, if you put in the work, if you put in the prep, if you hit your shots, it looks like both trios right now are going to be quite even on shield. It's all
Na nézzük, hogy vajon most másképp fog-e.
Oh no. Oh no, that was almost disastrous for Vika, but Malibuka just gonna get the shots off in time.
Malibukára nincsen shotgun. Ez icikét. Ping meghalt. Az kuka. Az nem túl jó.
Recovery tour now. Vico, total control of the high ground. Even if Malibuka and Watch try to escape the mansion, they're gonna have to deal with Vico.
Na, megölték Flixi. Na, egy-egy.
Him having been eliminated now means that this is a clean 2 versus 2. Walks.
Hát ez most így nem lesz clean, mert Vico és Veno egyszerre támadnak. Na nézzük. Vajon mi lesz a 2v2-ből? Talán Vicoéknek van a loot előny, sőt, majdnem biztos.
He just wants to play the quiet game.
I wonder if any of the trios kind of, you know, north of Lone Wolf or in the surrounding areas are going to think, is this a good time to, you know, like maybe third party these trios? Is it a option? How long are these fights going to take? It's all about the elimination phase, but if you look right now, you know that both teams have lost a player. And right now,
hogy közelednék, mint hogyha közeledne egy harmadik csapat, vagyis hát...
Might even potentially try and bring back Flixi. Even if they do so, will they get beamed out the sky? It's kind of forcing them to drop down and be on even ground here. As they were trying to do whatever possible to stop this, but I think they're gonna get it.
Na nézzük, le tudják szedni az égből őket. Hát Flixit azt egyből leszedték, de le fogják tudni. Fel tudják majd szedni. Hát ez eléggé úgy tűnik, hogy ez ismét Venoék irányába megy ez a harc. És ez 2 darab 0 pontos, és hát ez nem lesz 0 pontos, mert van egy kíjük, de na nézzük. Már csak időkérdése, hogy mikor hal meg kedves Malibuka barátunk. És hopp! Vico meghal.
Shutting down Vico. I would not believe it had we not just seen it, Takada, but Vico doesn't actually
Vico
win. I
mit...
thought this was all said and done.
Na nézzük, Viconál van a fegyver, a loot és a HP advantage. 4 lövése van. Hopp, és megért a third party. És leszedik Venót az égből. 15 HP. Megjött a third party, meg a fourth party is. És meghalt Venó. Venóék meghalnak, Malibuka meg egyedül marad, és bujkálnia kell, és most már itt van másik 2 csapat is, akik valószínűleg meg fogják találni egymást, és elkezdenek harcolni telibe Malibuka feje fölött. Ezek közül a 2 közül egyébként egyiknek se szurkolok éppen Tiffany, csak ők jelenleg az első 2 csapat volt. És ezért ilyen érdekes a harc, hogy ez most gyakorlatilag a győzelemért ment. Vagy hát még nem, mert még van sok meccs hátra, még ezen kívül van 4 meccs, tehát ezzel együtt van 5 meccs. Csak hogy azért elég sokat számít, hogyha az egyik csapat kijut innen élve, a másik pedig meghal. Egy 100-120 pontos game bármelyik csapatnak elég sok. Elég sokat számít, szóval... Ja. És túl hosszú ideig elhúzódott a fight, és most úgy tűnik, hogy ezt mind a 2 csapat meg fogja szívni. Ugyanis most már, amúgy nem tudom, miért nem nyajítom ki, miért nem szóltatok. És nem tudom, hogy miért rossz a game hangja. Ez a broadcast miatt rossz, nem miattam.
All throughout yesterday, that was how they primarily established their surge and seems to maintain their intention here.
There's a few things to think about. One, Malibuka's still up, so there's potential for a reboot later on. The other is that first and second place, so Malibuka and Veno, are, you know, only a difference of 17 points, but second and third is a difference of 64 points. So if Malibuka goes down here, that's a huge opportunity from second or third, sorry, to 7th, 8th, even just the top 10 in general, to close that gap between first and second.
Na. Látom, Malibuka egyébként el tudott innen távolodni, és most már a másik 2 csapat, aki megérkezett, ők harcolnak egymás ellen.
Fortunately, it didn't go through. I like this though from Sky, just maintaining the high ground position, also making sure to look out, see whether or not teams are trying to join the mix-up that's taking place here at Lone Wolf. But Sky, Scroll, Eyedrop, they might have gotten the damage that they were after. Whether or not they continue to re-engage is a separate conversation, but Malibuka is still lingering the bottom end of Lone Wolf Lair, and it's probably going to be very difficult for him to actually work his way out of this POI, since he knows that there is a team controlling the high ground. You just get so much view from where Sky and Scroll were last seen, that Malibuka doesn't have any other options but to just hide. Hope that these teams are able to clear out, and then they can try to make a play.
Yeah.
Rajtad, és talán megpróbál visszajönni a kártyáért.
Go there, even go into zone to find something. While that plays out, though, we'll look over at Fredoxy, Chino, and Pablo. Double chugs, hopeful height battle. Dexy, Artist, and Huddy. This is the trio that I believe originally was going to contest Tayson today. But it looks like they're up against Fred, and it's not quite going their way as Artist gets knocked. Now a 3v2.
Some of these teams just getting so disoriented in mix-ups. But Pablo
Boom.
finds a clean shot onto Dexy. Just another elimination. So many elims, even for Doxy's team, already
Ooh.
at 6.
6
They
kill
are
már.
clearly trying to avoid
Wow.
having to deal with any sort
Az
of
mondjuk elég
surge
crazy.
blows later on. Surely this is enough damage to carry them through their mid-game rotates.
Surely, right?
Surely.
Seeing what Malibuka decided to do, it seems like...
Malibuka az...
Yeah, Lone Wolf still has 2 trios there, so he's like, you know what? I'm out of here.
elkukázott.
Reboot.
Oh no.
Kuka.
But, I mean, there are some trios close by. I'm wondering if he even has all the cards, if he's going to go for the gold route. A lot of options, but the issue is, you know, in this meta, the odds of having trios inside of the storm
Én
is
nem rebootolnék sajnos összbe a helyébe, ugyanis itt van 2 csapat közel, és ha meghallják, hogy rebootol, akkor a tippem az az, hogy le lesz lőve.
So you really do have to be careful when you're rotating through here. You're never safe, but we'll see if Malibuka can make something happen.
Definitely not going to be an easy endeavor.
Na nézzük, Pink. Pinkék meghaltak, és ha jól látom, ők voltak az 5. helyen, ami azt jelenti, hogy kaku. Ez kuka, ez a game, ami nem jó nekik. Összecsék viszont most csillálnak egészen szabadra.
Top right going to reveal it. Pink, Nebs, Kiro are currently 5th place team, having been freshly eliminated. Now means that other teams can try to leapfrog their way into that position instead. Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, though, they're just focused on their own methods of success.
Good news is they still have Seaport on con. You know, they don't have a Vico Veno Flixie camp in their vault this time around, so a little less pressure in that sense. Can play more what they have been used to playing throughout the season. And hey,
Malibuka nem shiny shazba, hanem outlaw, ez is ne rebootol.
Complete, right? He brought his teammates back into the match, but now not only do they have to recuperate their shield, their mats, their loot, they're probably gonna have to get a bit of damage. Malibuka already had those eliminations, but even so, having to rotate from outlaw. You know, the job's not finished.
They're definitely going to have
Egyébként
to
szerencsére itt outlaw oázisnál azt hiszem van ez a... Így van, itt van ez a jó messze dobó gejzír, ami... Találtátok messze dob. És... Ja. Hát elég messze dob. Szia Borpé. Üdvöd.
And Malibuka just trying to get out as quickly as possible. Walks, looking for whatever whites he can find. They are just so split currently.
What I don't like here is if the opposing trio chooses to take that geyser and find one of the players caught off guard. If they see walks in the shoreline, all 3 of them land on him.
Hát igen, ez is alja itt.
Quite a risk there, but saw a little bit
Holnap iskola, hát igen. De nekem csak 1 nap, haha, és hát normális tanítás 1 nap. Mert kedden ilyen diáknap, vagy mi a tökön van. Szerdán meg ballagás, csütörtök, péntek az meg hosszú hétvége. Úgyhogy csak a holnapot kell kibírnom. Hál' Istennek.
They're not looking to have a repeat of what went down though in Major 1. They want to be the ones in control of the leaderboard, Takata. It's definitely about the global's position, but winning and becoming the Blade of Champions holder yourself is an entirely separate feeling, and that's one that this team is certainly chasing after with all their might.
Looks like Akira or X and Kararma.
Észre tanultam faszolni kísérletsi, minek kell nekem volt. Nem. Nekem rendes érettségi lesz csak. Vagyis hát nem az összes, de előre hozott érettségi. Angolból, meg földrajzból, szóval... Ja.
Twice trios making it quite difficult for them.
Én már nagyobb érettségit tolom.
On the other hand, it's giving them a bit of damage, which they do need, so to be
Én
fair,
nem kispályázom.
it's not the worst thing that could happen. This is just not looking good though. To be honest, like
You're at Canyon's crossing and the zone is pulling towards the northern side where the elevation is at. Even if they make it in, they still have to deal with all the struggles that are involved with scaling up elevation, dealing with their material counts. Veno's strategy has just set them so
Hát ezt
far
választottam. Nem volt jobb
even the
ötletem
initial
sajnos, de
survival, if you want to consider that a win, isn't actually proving
én
to be all that
választottam,
much in
úgyhogy
their favor, because they
meg kell
are just
csinálni.
about to hit the range of placement points.
Középszinten
And there's
annyira
not
nem
that many.
nehéz.
They're gonna need way more. You want to look at consistent top 5 placements.
yeah, I mean, I'll basically call that a draw, right?
Szerintem az írásbeli az olyan, hogy tanulás nélkül meg lehet csinálni nagyjából 3-asra, szóval.
Now, hey, if Malibuca is able to come back, get a decently
Tanulok rá egy kicsit,
even just make
egy
an end
kicsit
game, that
többet,
actually won't be too bad at all. At least they can continue
akkor már meg is van a
increase that gap,
4-es,
but
talán az
we'll see.
5-ös.
For the trios inside
Szóbeli
zone,
az meg
Miami City
úgyis
Warriors
mindig
didn't have
kevesebb
that
pontot ér, mint
challenge
az
in
írásbeli,
the early
szóval.
game. They're positioned up quite well to kind of pick off these teams
Mikor
rotating on
lesz?
in.
Május
We'll see where this
15
next zone does end up pulling, but
csütörtök,
I mean, so far pretty chill.
délután 2 óra. Akkor,
They can
tehát
take a
nagyjából
few extra ticks
olyan
of
2
storm
hét múlva.
if needed. We're also hanging around
Angolból meg
line of
egy
seaport, so
másfél
teams
hét
that are
múlva.
having
Hát
to
nem,
deal with
egy
maybe rotating
de.
over the water.
angolban másfél hét múlva, földről meg 2,5 hét múlva.
Holding down the bridge, Thomas on the island with that mythic drum gun. Does
That's
he
harder than
end
it
up
looks
eating a
like.
tag?
Those tags, when they're
Not if you're
running around
Thomas.
building that far away in a major finals lobby with the amount of players that are up, you know, those aren't easy shots, but I mean, it's Thomas HD, Malibuca walks, so this is what they need. They need to find a surprise, they need to find a refresh. Malibuca hits the initial shot.
Malibuca.
Does get a knock, he doesn't even go down. This could be it, Taco.
Én hílelnék.
This could be huge for Malibuca, but first they've got to close it out for next team though. Completely sabotage from where we're currently looking, and Dinas
Ez pont jól jött nekik.
wiped. Just camping the launch
Hol van
pad.
ping?
Diabolical
És itt
by
van, jó van.
Malibuca, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and
Jó sok healt.
the strategy here.
Osztok, várjál
They
már,
had to do
Dick.
something to
Itt
come
miért
up
van
with a
5
little
darab
win
Bob?
after what took place in the early.
You said diabolical. That's
Anyád.
the perfect play. I mean, if you're thinking of odds of
Tesó.
where trios are gonna end up, a launch pad in a location like this.
Ezek
for
azokat
common
szaporították,
rotations, the perfect
állítom.
spot. And not only did not a single player get knocked, they were able to get multiple
Angolban
finishes. I mean,
idén
this is exactly
közepezek,
what we want to
mert
see from
a
Malibuca's
csoport,
trio.
az angol
They're
csoportunk
somehow
úgy döntött, hogy
managing
közepezzünk,
slowly
mondom,
but
jó,
surely
akkor legyen.
turn this game
Jövő
around.
ősszel meg emeltezek.
High drop, sky and scroll, on the other
Utólag
hand, still below.
rájöttem, hogy semmi értelme nem volt idén közepezni, mert kurvára tök mindegy egyébként, és csak szopatom magam vele. Meg plusz el kell menni plusz egy szóbelére, meg plusz egy írásbelére. Szóval olyan sok értelme nem volt, hogy jövő ősszel meg emeltezünk, de ja, szóval idén közép, jövőre ősszel meg emel. Az kuka. Nem biztos, hogy fel tudják szedni.
Zara, Zangi, and Peterbor have closed into their current position. Double revive will be enough to get iDrop back into the action, but they're still 5 below. Time is ticking, and the clock is working against them. Scroll trying to make up for the lost minutes. They want a little bit more damage, but they've got to spend time instead
Oh,
healing.
Sky, huh?
And Sky gonna pay the ultimate price here. He wanted to see if he could get that little bit of extra surge for his teammates, but
Gotcha.
instead, a 1 versus 3, just too aggressive.
És neked miből lesz kis érettségi mindenből?
Zara and Zangi likely another team that was also incredibly low on their surge, but now
Vagy csak bizonyos
Scroll,
tantárgyakból.
iDrop, they don't get a chance to think about it. They're gonna try to get some shots off, but with the armored van, it's gonna be very difficult. And Scroll still has to deal with all the teams ahead of him at Kappa Kappa.
And they have to, yeah,
Bazeg, amúgy a
make that
kis érettség, ez
rotation, right?
akkora szopás.
Hey, at least we didn't get a full north zone.
Nem tudom, hogy nekünk lesz-e jövőre ilyen fél évkor, vagy nem tudom mikor.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Mert
Malibuca
úgy tudom, hogy
lost ping in the
amúgy
zone
lesz, mert
finally.
valakit hallottam, hogy
5
valaki
on the board now,
iratott.
and
Nem tudom, hogy mindenki szokott-e, de az akkora szopásban ezek kétszer kell megtanulni az egész anyagot, bazd meg. Nem elég nekem egyszer szívni, és egyszer megtanulni. Azt utána úgy se fogok rá emlékezni büdös életbe soha.
Might have to use that Memphis grenade sooner rather than later, though.
Na mindegy.
Trying to hold on to it, trying to see if he can punish Peterborough's team. We saw them spend a couple of moments tangling with eye drops because they needed that surge damage. But Wax now gonna nestle Malibuca's team at just 124 above. They still need to find some form of an elimination refresh. They want the elims and they are punishing these teams that were just slower to the rotate themselves. Great elimination though. That's definitely going to build up a little bit of a buffer zone here. Juicy, Andy, and Finchek though look like they want to try and get involved. And consider that they're further ahead than Malibuca's team, they might be able to actually punish them once Malibuca's team leaves this boxed up position.
Yeah, they have a lot of builds in front of them, so you know, normally if you want to try and go on congested side, sometimes it's not possible. They're gonna have to follow through the builds that are already placed and do what they can to make it in, despite there being a lot of trios there already. But for Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy, they are quite low, kind of under the bridge almost, but at least they're safe here.
Depending on how
Merszes, nem tudom, hogy sikerült egész Seaport Cityből nem egy szürke shotgunnal jobbat találni, nem sikerült egy szürke shotgunnal jobbat találnia. Ja. Viszont Mr. Savage-et nem láttam még.
Making the most of this hill face though. They want to get a move on. Little bit short on that bad rotate.
És nem éjszakra húzott a kör. Wow! Vox meghalt. Malibuca is meghalt. Jó, van, meg valaki. Izzy is megölt valakit. Ping egyedül. Ezt sem van amúgy 6 kijék meg. Hát a Storm Search ez még annyira nincs egyébként. Ó, tesó, átlikted neked véget van, fiam.
He's so obviously a solo.
Itt a bottak.
They are going to keep shooting at this man. They do not want to let an individual survive these circumstances. Does spot a little bit of loot though. That might be
az mit csinál?
saving grace. Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash though have seemingly postured up above the bridge now. They took their opportunity.
Ó, de Freyra, úristen, de ingyen van. Azt a... nagyon ingyen van. Annyira nem, de amúgy... Amúgy de, nekik ez nagyon ingyen van. Gyakorlatilag ez nekik nagyon ingyen van.
This is gonna be an impressive rotate if he pulls this one off.
Mr. Savage-et nem láttam még.
There's a lot of trios in front of him. If he can catch a player off guard, could be a massive refresh, but he's not able to connect the crucial shots.
Mr. Savage nincs itt.
with the drum gun
Itt nincs.
is going to be able to take him out.
But Thomas was so split from where Panzer and Uppel are at that Uppel doesn't have the same luck as Thomas. He has been knocked.
Thomas is meghalt. Hát igen. Ha nem kellett volna leesni a vízbe. Csak tipp. Panzer. 35 HP, egy mini, egy big. Meg... egy kis reménykedés. Hogy ebből még valami értelmeset ki tud hozni. Jó, lehet, hogy meg áthoztam.
This is
Na,
prime
hopp,
positioning
hopp, hopp, hopp,
for
hopp,
them. It wouldn't
Kamiseti,
even matter to them if it pulled
Harry,
back. It would be honestly perfect with the build already placed and how difficult it
víz
would make.
feletti zónál megszerzik a HG-t? Na, az mondjuk eléggé
There's only 9 trios left in this match.
jó pozíció lehet.
Devastating zone.
Queasy's team, though, is still
Fredoxy érdekes.
very high position for Doxy, Pablo, Chino, they'll take a
Marius
little bit of
meghalva, a
storm
Pixinek
damage
is
and take into more optimal position.
eléggé
Pixie and
kevés
Vanya,
a
though, make that just Pixie, because
AP-ja.
Vanya has been knocked.
Pixi
Pixie now
egyedül.
watching
Pixi
in
elég
horror.
chill-el amúgy.
Can't do anything for his teammates. He might not even be able to
Pixi
save
nagyon
himself.
chill-el most.
Once he's quick, the reaction time for
Szengéldék
Jewel,
viszont tudják, hogy
Sengel,
itt van.
Tidy.
Na, na,
They've
minit
got the
igyat, fiam, ha benn vagy a
advantage.
körben.
Pixie, he'll be forced to
Ó,
just
te.
play inside the storm, hope that this Chug Jug can get him a couple of additional placement
Gyerünk.
spots. But it is
40.
a steep rotation.
Az meg
As
lesz,
a
ott be
solo,
fogsz
somebody
érni.
is
Mennyi?
bound to notice him. He could
Mennyi?
look for a big pump shot, but it would take a lot
Öt build,
of
fiam.
cuts for him to pull it
Hát ez
off,
ennyi.
and Hyatt has already noticed. But he sees the knock body. He wants to go
Az
for the
ennyi
1v1,
volt.
but he won't get that
Nem baj.
opportunity. Comeback following
Ki van a
there,
HG? Még mindig. Jó, Pixstar, Démus, nekik kell ez a viszonylag jó game. Ők eléggé alul teljesítenek. Queasy, Swizzy és Mersacsot is láttam még, elment a hangja a játéknak. Nem én vagyok. Hopp, igen, Kamiseti Harry még mindig a high groundon. Pablo, Fredoxy, Chino, és itt van még Pixstar, Démus, Csicsó, Riz, Tyson, és hárman, Queasy, Swizzy, Mersacs is hárman, Riz, Elecset, Tyson és Csicsó is elég lovos. Fredoxy, Pablo, Chino próbálnak felmenni. Mersacs, Queasy, Swizzy meghalnak. Evoza, nem Evoza, azok Démus, Darm és Pim, Démus. Már csak 4 csapat van életben, és Fredoxyék még mindig teljes csapat. Tixdarm Démus még mindig teljes csapat, és a fönt Igrandon Kamiseti Harry is még mindig teljes csapat. Na nézzük, Dark még fognak valószínűleg először elesni, Dark el is esett, Pix és Demus vannak már csak ketten. Na nézzük, hogy megpróbálnak el Highgroundosak lejönni, vagy még mindig tartják ezt a Highground pozíciót. Olyan sok választások szerintem nincs, mert megy a kör. Na nézzük, Pix meghal, Chino is meghal, Pablo. Nagyon sok kijük van a Fredoxyéknak, ez nekik egy nagyon jó game, hogyha egy top 2-t össze tudnak szeretni. Fredoxy és Pablo ketten vannak. Kamiéknek nincs sok kijük, bár ők nem is erről híresek, de van azért. Így is egy hetet össze tudtak szedni, ami náluk szerintem egy elég magas killes game-nek számít. És ezt a gémet valószínűleg innen már meg is tudják nyerni, ugyanis hát óriási HP előnyük van, valamint náluk van az ember előny is. Innen ezt már nem dobhatják el, és ez a második győzelmük lesz egyébként a hétvégén. Na nézzük, hopp, ott is van a Pablo. Hát de eldobták a vint. Eldobták a vint, nem is kicsit eldobták a vint Kamiék. És Pablo, Fredoxy és Chino lesznek azok, akik megnyerik ezt a 8. gémet. Ez nem volt egy valami jó play tőlük szerintem. De GG. Fredoxy Pablónak nagyon sok kíje volt, és ez most nekik egy nagyon jó game. Szerintem így fellépnek. Nem tudom, talán akár az első top 3-ba biztos benne vannak. Mindjárt megnézzük. Hát itt már volt 8 kíjük. Szerintem összesen egy 15-16 kill-el meg ők nyertek. Igen. Itt van már 10. Ez már így 11. 9 meg 3, ez már 12. 8 meg 5, az 13. 7 meg 6 meg 4, 6 meg 17 killes win. Az nagyon sok.
No, you
17.
don't understand. I don't have plenty after watching that. I don't know how you boys are faring, but oh my gosh, my jaw
133 pontos game-et toltak.
I didn't think it could get any lower, but I think
That's
I've got
crazy.
11-2K because that end game was wild.
I still don't know how that happened.
Damn.
That'll be so. There's
Damn.
no reason why Cammy, Seti, and Hari should be losing that 3v2. I mean, come on, look, Fredoxy, Pablo. This game was so
Crazy
crucial
volt,
for
te
them,
jó
right?
Isten.
Because the two top dogs at the top of the leaderboard.
Az nagyon durva. 17 killes win. 471 pont. Szerintem átvették a vezetést. Loki. Szerintem átvették a vezetést a show. Ráadásul úgy, hogy ők a Last Chance Qualifierből jutottak tovább. Wow! Nem, szerintem senki nem számított ilyen jó teljesítményre tőlük. Tehát, hogy ők elég mid teljesítményt szoktak nyújtani. Ez a Div Cup döntőkben meg hasonló. Ők csak nagyon jó osztálynak. Na nézzük. Mindjárt megnézzük a leaderboardot egyébként. Ez így ismét megkavarta a kártyákat. Szerintem senki nem gondolta volna, hogy Pablo, Fredoxy és Chino egyáltalán lesznek is az első helyen. Pablo az csak leugrott és megölt mindenkit. Csici.
I feel like maybe we need to be sending Vico, Benno and Flixie down to Moss Meadows?
Just go back, boys, please, honestly.
Yeah. Let's just keep the drama coming. I've got my cup of tea. I'm ready for it, boys.
Basz meg tényleg. Venno, Vico és a Flixie most úgy rá fognak ugrani a izére. Úgy ráugranak Fredoxiékra, mint a szar. Aha, azt így 120%-ra ráfognak. És akkor viszont abból Pigmokhoz Alibuka fog kijönni jól, mert ők megkapják Uncontested Lone Wolf-lert, folytatják azt a konzisztenciát, mint tegnap, és átveszik nagyon szépen az első helyet. Szóval Chino, Pablo és Fredoxy vannak az első helyen. Pinkbox Malibok a második, Vico, Venno, Flix a harmadik, Vanya, Pixie, Marius negyedik, Fizi, Quizi, Mersecs ötödik, Kodomasa, Pöppenzer hatodik, Seti, Kami, Hari hetedik, Riz, Tyson, Chicho nyolcadik, egyébként Pingnaps és Kiro kiestek abból a top 7-ből, ahol még előbb voltak, sőt ők előbb még az 5. helyen voltak, és mint látjátok, egy game alatt el lehet dobni ezt a gyönyörű szép előnyt, ami vagy azt a jó pozíciót, amiben vagy. Szóval egyelőre még semmi nincsen itt kizárva senki részére, tehát még azt is el tudom képzelni, hogy ilyen nem tudom, ilyen tempóban haladunk tovább, meg ilyen káosz lesz, akkor Tyson, Chicho és Riz fogja megnyerni, vagy nem tudom, Skyscroll és Hydro. Nem tudom, tehát egy borzasztó furcsa ez az egész EU most egyelőre. Oda-vissza ugrál ez a leaderboard, és egyszerűen minden egyes a top 10-ben az összes csapat olyan játékosokkal van tele, akikre egy másik regionben majdnem biztos, hogy megnyernék az FNCS-t. Tehát csak Európában van ilyen nehéz dolgok, de tényleg, hát akik viszont még ott lehetnének egyébként fönt ebbe a top 10 környékén, ez Vadil, Mr. Savage és Rezon, akik egy 32. hellyel zárták ezt a gémet. Nem tudom, mi történt, nézzük meg. Ki ölte meg őket? Ez a kérni. Killfeed. Maps, Pink, CND Ju és Húha. Aha, hát ők eddig nem odaugrottak szerintem. ZNT ráugrott a Mr. Sausage-ra. Well. Oké. Nem mondjuk, megértem.
I didn't realize I booked multiple tickets to the cinema today because we are seeing picture after picture mini minor and I've run out of popcorn. I mean, where do we even start with what happened?
Na hát ez így, ha így folytatódik, akkor ez egy elég izgalmas döntő lesz így a második nap végére. A tegnapi nap is elég érdekes volt, de azért azt láttuk, hogy a Vox Malibuka és Ping el fognak húzni egy kicsit, de hát ha esetleg valaki itt volt tegnap, akkor amikor azt mondtam, hogy rendkívül kevésszer láttam azt a csapatot megnyerni a döntőt, aki az első nap végén az első volt, akkor az pontosan tudja, hogy pontosan ezért mondtam ezt, mert szoktak azért ilyen dolgok történni bőven Európában, főleg. Úgyhogy meglátjuk, hogy mi lesz. Mindjárt jövök, srácok, egy pillanat.
This is a four-horse race right now because Vanya's trio, you have to remember, they're, you know, in the 400 point range. They are behind, but they have an opportunity there because the two teams ahead of them at any given point, like we saw last game, can just go down and get very minimal points, right? And so then it becomes a race between them and Pablo's trio, right? Look at that. If we have another game like that where Malabuka and Vico go down, it's going to get tough. I mean, that game for Malabuka is a bit bittersweet, right? Because they're able to get out of the off-spawn situation after all the third parties came in. Narrowly, though. Very narrowly. I think Veno's trio very much should have won that. They had so many opportunities to just clean them up. But Malabuka kept on fighting, and he reboots his team. He gets them back in the game, but from there, I mean, it's just too scuffed. They can't get a foothold on the game, and so they get very minimal points out of it.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but, you know, they did better than Vico Veneflixi, and for them, when they're getting landed on by them, that's all they need to do. They just need to keep bettering them, and that's what they're doing right now. So, yeah, for those guys, not an ideal game, but they need to start being a little bit more convincing off spawn. I think winning these fights a little bit quicker to not allow those third parties to come on through and to clean up.
Feels like we were talking a lot about Malabuka's team's consistency yesterday, the fact that the lowest they placed was an 8th, but now my eye is on Marius, Pixie and Vanya Levin, because they seem to have these clutch plays where they manage to just get themselves the highest placement point possible even when things are going wrong.
Absolutely, and that's what you need. That's what you need in an FNCS winning run, right? Vanya knows that very well. When he won his last year with Swizzy, he had two amazing clutches that were able to sort of help secure them the win. And that's what you're going to need today if you're going to be able to catch up with some of the people ahead of them. And they have that ability, right? I think that's never been a question when you have Marius, Vanya, and Pixie on the same team. But that consistency to keep playing in these end games when some of their top competitors might not be, right? And that's really the problem here. I would like to see more of these end games where it is all three of them as a trio, right? We talk about that. They're making it there, but it's a bit too scuffed at times, maybe one or two of them still up.
Yeah, and I think they might be in the perfect position almost to sort of take home this FNCS because they're almost the team that nobody's really concerned about, right? They're the quiet team just outside of that big top three. So if Vico, Venoflixi keep contesting Malabuka, then maybe they go and contest Fred Oxy's team. If these guys can keep being consistent, keep picking up those placements, they could find themselves with it all to play for in game number 12.
Do you see this as a team that might take risks the same way that the likes of Vico, Veno and Flixi would mini minor? Do you think they're going to change anything significantly just to try and eke themselves up into that number 1 spot?
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen for these guys. I think they're going to stick to what they know because it's been working out. And as I mentioned, they're landing, you know, sort of towards the north side of where Vico, Veno and Flixi now are landing there at Lone Wolf Lair. So they're going to be enjoying that third party potential and hopefully for them getting more surge. So I don't think they're going to really switch too much up because you have to remember they're in the global spots as well. So it's not like, you know, they're all out going for an FNCS win. They also want to qualify for globals, so the risk might not be worth it.
Well, Vanya's tasted victory before. I wonder how hungry he is for it right now. We're going to head to game number 9, though, because the battle bus is ready with Taco and Takata.
But imagine incredibly hungry.
Let's go.
Everybody wants to be the Blade of Champions wielder, and that is exactly what's at stake here for so many of our teams, especially
Én szerintem ezt a Blade of Champions ezek akkor se venném fel, hogy rám erőltetnék, vagy akkor se használnám. Baszott ronda.
Anything could happen.
It's insane. I mean, NA had an insane finish on day 1. EU, the script writers said, we gotta match the hype here. On day 2, absolute change. And we don't have to wait long for game 9. So let's get into it.
Na nézzük, Haaland, Vico, Veno és Flixi.
Has certainly been the catalyst for so much of the mayhem that's unfolded in day 2 of our major 2 finals, Takata.
Eddig 2-2 Lone Wolf Lair. Nézzük, lesz-e?
Lone Wolf Lair, if that offspawn doesn't
3-ból 3, avagy
very rapidly,
Mast Meadows a következő célpont.
are only going to continue to build up because teams always want to take advantages when
Mintha
presented.
két csapatot látnék Mast Meadows felé menni. Nem, Venoék jönnek.
In the region, and here we go once again.
Lone Wolf Lairbe.
101 draw on the most recent match. Venovico Flixi took the first one, and once again,
Eddig mind a két
Flixi get
match.
the drop on the top of the building.
Hát igazából egyik sem sült el jó felé, de talán Venoék voltak azok, akik jobban teljesítettek az elmúlt két fightban, utána a third party miatt ugye Veno elbukott, és Malibuka viszont meg tudott menekülni. És Vox halott. És úgy látom, hogy Mr. Savage-éknél is megy egyébként a fight. Ping és Malibuka ketten maradtak. Ajjaj. Most úgy látom, gyorsabban befejezték ezt a 3v3-at. Így van. Hát igen. Venoék ezúttal gyorsan befejezték a fightot. Na, viszont minket érdekel az az, hogy Mr. Savage-ék ismét haltak. Nem, csak Rezo halt meg. Savage és Vadil még él.
Now we'll see if they can get another huge game. I mean, the game that they were able to finish off spawn that quickly in the first match, they won the whole game. So if they can repeat that, it's going to put them back into first place for Savage. Reason and Vadil, on the other hand, Reason has been eliminated, now leaving them as a duo, but they do know there's a whole trio down on the southern side of the split there, so we'll see how that plays out. But Vanya, Pixie, Marius doing what they've been doing on contested and flooded.
And they've definitely had a pretty
Itt most csillelnek egy kicsit. Nem is kicsit, eléggé nagyon csillelnek.
Not going to be satisfied with their current position. Again, all of these teams are shooting to actually be the champions of this season. It's not just that global championship bus ticket that you're solidifying, but the prize pool differences are also going to come into play. And for many of these teams, it's just the pride element too.
It's insane to think too. Fredoxy, Pablo, and Chino qualified through the last chance qualifier. Only 3 trios make it through that final opportunity. And now they're in first place of the major finals, from last chance qualifier to potentially getting the first major FNCS win for Denmark. I mean, this is an insane storyline that we have building up. We are on game 9 of 12. We've seen how much can change in just a single match, but they are en route for something legendary.
But they might be suffering from success if they're not careful. Have to remember, if
Hát pedig a mai napon minden egyes meccs után más ember volt a leaderboard tetején. Ugye a meccsek előtt Pingvox Malibuka, aztán Nico Veno Flixi. Azt hiszem, vagy nem. Nem, ők voltak, vagy nem ők voltak, nem tudom. Aztán pedig Pablo. És Chino és Fredoxy. Úgyhogy nem garantálom, hogy ők maradnak most a
advantages over Thomas's team.
Nem garantálom nektek, hogy ők is maradnak.
Chino, Pablo, and Proxy. South of Mass Meadows, but
A
on the
leaderboard
move.
tetején a következő, vagyis hát ennek a game-nek a végére, szóval
When you're the one that's stuck in the back of the armored van, maybe a little bit afraid if Fredoxy or Chino aren't good drivers that they're gonna send you flying from outside of that vehicle, but they just wanted the safety rotate. There's no one really around to prevent them from playing edge of zone, but they're willing to actually dip back into it because they
na
want to go
nézzük,
for the fight at Hopeful Heights. And
tényleg
Fredoxy
dupla
creeping
vézik.
up, fully aware of the fact that there's
Hopeful
still a
Heights-ot,
team
igaz, hogy még nem kéne
nearby. And it's gonna be
futniuk.
Cheatons. And they don't want to
Nézzük,
allow them to
Cheaton.
exit Hopeful Heights.
Traxer
It's not
és
without playing a part and looking
nem
for
ki
some
volt az utolsó,
knocks or elims,
sajnos.
trying to build up that surge.
De mindegy, ő triójukat próbálják meglepni. Robin.
You know, they're just trying to find kind of that sneaky 3-2-1 or anything
Robin
really to
lenne
catch
az
them
a
off guard. And this could be it.
3-2-1 Traxerre.
Trexer
Csak mondom 3-2-1, mindjárt 3-2-1, így van, de mondtam.
Finally, Fredoxy's team gonna light him up. Trexer immediately knocked. Robin can't even reconsider whether or not he wants to try and help out his teammate. He is just fully on the run, cheating.
Na,
Completely separated from the rest of his team.
Robin is
Also,
meghalt és
Fredoxy
Cheatin
just chasing
pedig
him out.
csészelik.
And
Hát,
HP advantage distinctly in
Fredoxyék.
Fredoxy's favor and so much quicker.
Luxiek játszanak.
Cheatin just nowhere left to run, completely edge of
És
the
nem
map
is
now.
rosszul. Nyilván nem játszottak rosszul, hogyha elsők, úgyhogy...
For Fredoxy's team to claim this final elimination out of the trio.
I mean, at this point, if I'm cheating, I'm using all my metal. I'm throwing all my heals. I'm saying, I'm giving you the least amount of things I can give you, because it's going to be very difficult to come out on top. But, you know, this is huge for Fredoxy, Chino, and Pablo. Not only did they take first in the last match, but now they're looking like they're set up for a solid game here. It's only the early game, but this is how you want to start it off.
Másik triót se tudom hibáztatni igazán.
Fredoxy's team has been
Ugyanis
challenging Hopeful Heights. That's bound to
nem
cause for some adjustments for Cheatin's trio later
hiszem,
on.
hogy
We'll see what Game 10
fel
potentially has
voltak
in store for
készülve
them.
arra, hogy a Stormé
Scroll,
meglepi
airdrop
őket
Sky,
egy
though.
csapat.
They're not willing to try and get their surge like everybody else in the base strategy. They are just one more time looking for the box fights outright. Whiffy Wharf.
Na nézzük, iDrop, Sky.
And this is
Scroll.
nice for Scroll, iDrop, and Sky because right now there's no third party involvement. And that's exactly how you want to keep it when you are challenging these other teams directly.
Okay. A little bit of explosives being put on top of Rick Boar. Rick Boar, Zara, and Zangi they've been having some difficult moments in these matches. I feel like they're always getting aggressed on, having to play defensive. And this time around, being iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, I don't really want to give them a break.
Biffy Warfban,
It's just the
és
end
hát Biffy
result
Warf
of
mellett, hogy
Scroll,
zajlik
iDrop,
ez
and
a
Sky,
fight,
and landing at Shiny Shafts
ott
uncaught.
megláttak
So they're gonna have to
valamiféle
make up for that surge damage eventually.
utatot, Fredoxiék pedig ismét
Fredoxy, Chino, and Pablo
úgy döntöttek, hogy most egy 3-3-at azért lejátszanak. És egyelőre úgy tűnik, hogy nekik ez a faj, nekik elég jó megy ez a... Elég jó megy nekik ez a műfaj. És már 6 killnél járnak. Úgyhogy valóban az előző 17 killes min után, nem is csodálom.
They are making a statement with each of their lobbies today, Takada.
They really are. I mean, not only were they confident before, but now after that clutch against Kami, Seti, and Hari, they're on another level now. Just pushing trio after trio. You gotta say, okay, you know, now you can stop now, right? You got 6 eliminations, you're good. Go with the rotate, get your mats capped. Like, the job's done for now. This is incredible for them, though. They are so set up in terms of points with the elims to just play as safely as they need to, get the best positioning they can. I'm excited to see how this match plays out for them. Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer had a rough game in the last match. They were looking for a good position, but Thomas ended up getting caught off guard, I believe, by Ping when he was playing as a solo. Kind of split up the trio, and they weren't able to get a lot of points. So we'll see if that changes this time around at Seaport. Gotta have your eyes on, you know, where's Queasy at.
But at the end of the day, all Thomas, Opal, and Panzer really need to do
Itt van jättesárk tulekseks noreilni, meg Riss, Csicsó és Tyson.
They're skirting the line though. In sixth.
Az vizék viszont itt vannak azért közelben, csak már nem pont Seaport City-be.
So many teams close behind. They probably
Oh.
want to have a pretty standout performance to kind of just separate them from the rest of the pack.
Queasy hiányzik, gyerekek. Van Queasy.
Take a detour all the way back into Storm.
Történt.
Hope they don't attract too much attention for it. Losing Queasy, a pretty big blow to their rotational strategies, and they've been forced out of Seaport entirely.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the amount of trios kind of around Seaport at this point. Normally, Queasy's taking advantage of these trios. You know, he's shooting them now on their base as they're rotating through and letting them pass in some examples and continuing to take those shots, but
Mr. Savage is meghalt.
that's gonna, you know, damage a big part of
Mr. Savage KFNCS-ének vége.
So I'm curious to see how they're gonna
Most már kiatalosan kijelentem, semmi esélyük nincs bekvalizni a erre.
Well, they made it over to Shining Span, so Queasy will be brought back into the action. But yeah, with so many teams inside of Seaport itself, these guys are certainly in for a bit of a doozy. Launchpad will help them out just a little bit, but one positive I think to keep in mind is it's usually Swizzy, M, or Stash who are on surge damage duties, so they might not have lost as much as what they could have possibly lost in terms of having to play for Queasy's reboot. It is still annoying though when you lose that prime positional advantage. Twy punishing Savage and Vadil. They were looking for a fringe play themselves, trying to get Reason back into the match, and Twy's team, they had to pounce on the opportunity. They've been playing a huge catch-up
Nekik ez nem megy jól, szerintem a következő szezonban a Mr. Savage ismét vissza fog visszavonul.
Pix and Darm have only made it into the top 10 once.
És még dupíba megy.
You know, get 9 eliminations. They had a good game, but they really are having difficulties. Actually, I'm mistaken. They made it to the top 10 a few times, and when they do, they perform well. They've gotten fourth, third. But a lot of games, they're also getting eliminated around 20th. So they're kind of just lacking that, you know, consistency of constantly making top 10s, but it's balanced out enough to put them in 10th going into this match. Issue is, you got to be top 7 if you want to qualify to the Global Championship, so they're going to have to do a little better for these last few matches.
Arm, Teemu, X-nek. Nem olyan jó az a shotgun, nem olyan jó az a shotgun.
With their first time finals appearance as a team, but even if this major doesn't pan out how they would obviously be hoping for, it's really just the tip of the iceberg. Those guys still have such a high skill ceiling that they can keep trying to push towards. I mean, the coach like Sven behind them. Wouldn't be surprised to see them reach that threshold at a pretty rapid rate. But teams like Kami, Hari, Seti, they already know what it takes to be in those winning positions. And it's going to come a relatively difficult way for them because every other team has the same strategy in mind. We are looking for our surge bases.
There's a lot of them around this side of the map. It's one of those clusters. I mean, we talked about it, minimizing risk, but
Vanya, Pixi, Marius, szokásos toronyba ülés, nézni a másik embert, aki szintén ül a toronyban.
You know, see the openings and even beyond the uncongested side of zone continues pulling up north. Rico Venoflixie's still at the same spot. They dropped that. They did have Island spawn close to them as well, which is pretty nice.
They didn't really have a reason to leave Lone Wolf considering how the zone pool, but Queasy,
Queasy
possibly in a spot of trouble here, dealing with Trulex and Noah Riley. Health advantage in their favor though. Trulex not wanting to get stuck between Swizzy, but Rock in a hard place. There's nowhere left for him to run. Truelex will be eliminated. Noah Riley could be next. Swizzy certainly hunting for it. Verstash gonna take a moment just to replenish his shields. But with Swizzy and Queasy playing backup, Shark is just forced to retreat. Two of the fraggers, though. That's probably who you'd want to be left in a fighting position out of Trulex's team. They could make something big happen here. They could also pose a huge problem if they do find another knocker elimination onto Queasy's team, and Queasy's team, they know better than to stick around for it. They already got what they were after in terms of damage. They want to just start rotating out now because the lobby has started to take notice of what's going down on this mountainside.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. They weren't able to do their normal surge route, so opting to kind of needing to take a fight. It's a good idea to do now before you're in desperation being low on surge. Pablo, Fred, and Chino now in zone. We saw they got those 6 eliminations early on, so they're more than comfortable enough here to not do anything too crazy. 832 above.
It's exactly where they want to be, and they're not caught in the heart of some of the congestion that's actually building inside of Flooded Frogs. So many teams just looking to try and leverage some of the natural landscape. Thomas up on Panzer, also a little bit on the outskirts. And Thomas, Panzer, Uppel, they're just going to continue trying to find their own position. It's away from most of the commotion. Unfortunately, Thomas realizing that there are teams that have a slightly elevated point of view and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, they don't really mind to kind of stay in zone here. They know it's very likely that people rotate through, especially the Magic Mosses area. You can see with the drone shot, the trios that are going to be choosing to do so as well. It is kind of a waiting game for now, though. They even pulled zone. Not bad at all. See them moving around. They're like, hold on a minute. Wait, we already got a base here. We can just kind of take it over, make it ours. Little surprised with the RNG from that pull, but this is good.
No complaints though.
És teszem hozzá újabb éjszakra húzó zón. Haha!
Some of these pre-existing builds, but
nem láttunk ma még ilyet.
Real big
Meg tegnap
powerhouse
se.
teams off in the distance that could definitely be held here by Thomas's trio. And Queasy though, everybody always commends his IGLing, and for good reason. He knows better. He knows that if they try to just white line into zone, they're only going to be picked off for it. They're going to do a complete wraparound through Magic Mosses. Swizzy does have a couple of med kits on top of the med miss grenade, so the white heals might be enough to sustain them through, and they are just holding out with the damage threshold too. So waiting things out could end up saving them from being eliminated too soon.
There's the last zone that can kind of do that, though. It goes from 1 tick to 2 tick in this zone, and after it, it's going to be 5 tick, the damage that they receive from being inside the storm. So kind of want to start making their way closer and closer to the zone to prepare for that 7th zone when it does start doing 5 damage per second. Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer, though, great job holding on to the base. As it looks like Vico Venoflixi opting to a similar strat.
Yeah, just such a tough spot for Queasy's
I know,
team.
bazeg amúgy ezt most nagyon
Nice
megkapták.
wraparound. They realize too much commotion still coming through Flooded
Egész
Frogs.
meccben
We're not
eddig nem
gonna be
kellett
able to go that way
mozogniuk egy
either.
centit se.
But Veno's team also in the benefits. Pixie trying to get the revive off now onto Marius. Other teams though looking in, trying to see if they can claim Marius's life, but Chino, Prodoxy, Pablo, no success. No success either for Pink's team. And this could be an outright brawl between these 3 trios. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, though, they just don't want to be sandwiched. They're not interested in being the middleman for this conversation.
Egyébként még elég
They
sok
don't
top
necessarily need to
csapat
fight right now
ilyen.
either.
It's quite unfortunate because they literally pulled
Csak
zone
itt
all the
teszem
way to
hozzá.
flooded, their drop spot.
Itt vannak még Mariusék, itt van Venó, itt van Pablo, itt van Swizzy, ott volt Thomas HD is. Pinkék igazban nincsenek olyan jó helyen, de Pink is itt volt. Jason is még él. Opal.
Just kind of camp it
Egész
just
jó,
in case
egész jó.
someone goes through.
Érdekes lesz, hogy
Watchparty, but for now they're good.
tudja majd a legtöbbet kihozni ebből a
Marius is just waiting for the green
endgame-ből.
light, holding out that splash. He
Thomas
knows
HD biztos alkotott rámgáját, mondjuk olyan sokat nem kellett, egy hit is. Megszerzett vele egy kill. Orja a fájást azzal a drumgunnal. Tegyük hozzá, hogy ő ebben a legjobb. Húha! Panzer, mi a helyzet veled, fiam? Ezek olyan kevés HP van az öregnek, hogy nem is látom. Csikot.
Completely dropped now. Seti, Hari, Cammy overtaking the high position that Thomas once held moments ago. But the double revive will at least work out. They've got to get out of this spot though. They don't want to get caught waiting just one step too long. They're trying to clear out a path forward. They're trying to force the other teams ahead of them to move to a separate spot.
Nem.
But everybody just trapped right now in edge of zone.
Yeah, I mean, not only did they lose a good opportunity.
Ez a Vikóéknak nagyon komoly zóna.
Also just the opportunity for those tags. For Doxy, Pablo, and Chino though.
Meg a
Luckily, they don't have to
Fredoxiéknak
worry as much
is.
about that, and even have pulled 8th zone here. This is massive for them as they're gonna conserve so many materials and have free shots on the players around them. As you can see, already pre-building out with those hard builds, getting ready for what's to come. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy though are below getting taken by Surge. Put them into panic as now all they need to do is connect one shot. Obviously they want to be above as much as possible, but come on, one bullet is all it's going to take to stop losing HP here.
A literal single shot. It does seem like they finally managed to find it, but still only 8 above. Blubshy's team now trying
most
to barrel
megtalálják
into
egy
the
kicsit
kills,
több
but that's the hits that we need.
damage-et is, és talán ki tudják végezni az egész csapatot? Nem. Nem úgy tűnik egyelőre.
With Queasy and Swizzy, but still a lot of congestion towards this backside of the zone. But with that additional
Egyelőre ez a
damage,
csapat nem teljesít úgy, ahogy elvárták volna. Természetesen nem teljesítenek olyan rosszul, de tőlük, ha jól tudom, akkor azért az emberek nagy része, elég nagy része nem is. Gatya. Ó, jó, megmentették magukat. Szóval hogy azért a Queasyéktől várták az első helyet.
Will they see it as an option to build up, or will they just play it safe here and keep on building into zone? We've seen them do height takes quite later on in these matches. They're not so focused on doing it early if the zones aren't in their favor. But Merstash, Queasy and Swizzy are gonna be the ones.
Tehát mondjuk ettől a sok minden, ami történt. Na, nézzük. Itt van a High Ground csapat. Nincs Mati, nincs Queasy, és nincs túl sok heal se. Gyakorlatilag semmi nincs. Tehát most már van egy seti refreshünk. Nagyon sokat nem segített. Mondjuk ott van el, most már 170-es. Csak jog. Vagy slapjug, vagy faszom.
Do they have to do? There's so many other teams on the low ground, and for Doxy's team, they are based in a pretty set mid layer, looking down at the front side low. Chicho and Tayson, they might have to deal with Doxy's team shortly.
With the zone pull, we're able to claim height. Vico,
Itt van még Vico, Venoflixi. Itt van a High Groundon Vanya, Pixie, Marius. Itt van Thomas, Regal, Apple és Panzer. Itt van Fredoxy. Itt van még Sky, Swizzy is él még. Pink is él még. Thomas meghalt. Na nézzük. Swizzy az bujkál nagyon. Na, Chino. Első. versus második. Apple az, hát ez Apple. Ez kaka. Hát igen. Nebs megtalálja. Mariuséknál nincs túl sok Matti. Az a helyzet. Az a büdös nagy helyzet. De jót belehúzott számukra a kör, még 24-en élnek, 9 team, és meg tudják tartani a HG-t egyelőre. Úgyhogy nézzük, a Doxiék már 7 kill. 7 killnél tartanak, brutális, és tudják vinni a AP-jukat rendkívül jól. Egyedül Csinó nincsen max AP-n, de egyáltalán nem, és megtalálják Pinget. Nem ők szerezték azonban a kill. Akárcsak Venóéknál nem 7, Venóéknál 8 kill van, úgyhogy ez most egy ilyen versenyfutás kettőjük között. Kinek lesz több ki, és ki fog előbb helyen végezni. Venóék hozzáadtak még egyet az a 8-hoz, így most már 9 killjük van. És talán egy kicsit jobb helyzetben is vannak a mid roundon. Redoxiék alatt. És Redoxinek most nincs olyan sok HP-ja, Pixstar mentén most is itt van még. A Venóék nagyon egészségesek és találják még egy killt. Ez már a 10. lesz. Viszont Flixi meghal, Pablo megtalálja Flixi, Pablo meghal, Fredoxi egyedül maradt, Fredoxi meghal, Vico ölte meg Pabloékat. 12 kill, Marius öli meg. Na és akkor 3v3, Pixi vagy a Marius versus Falcon, Csicsó és Riss. Na nézzük ki hozza a dupla vét. Na nézzük. Jaj. Na nézzük. Vanya. Tegnap már sikerült neki egy heal-offot lehoznia. Riss meghalt. Mit talált a Vanya, te hülye? Osztop! Megtalálta az aranybányát a Pali. Még a Taysonnak is van. Nézzük, Tayson 40 AP. Szép. Vanya megnyeri, Tayson második. Na, itt megint kíváncsi vagyok, hogy néz ki a leaderboard, mert vagy Vicoék egy kicsit tovább jutottak, mint a Fredoxiék, több kijük is lett. De hát ez nagyon szoros, nem tudom ki lesz az első helyen. Ami biztos, hogy Pingbox és Malibuka nem, ugyanis hát ők ismét az első pár percben meghaltak, így ismét egy 0 pontos gémet zártak. Sajnos. Úgyhogy ők voltak a legesélyesebbek a nap elején, 3 game után már semmi esélyük nincs, úgymond. Vagy de van, nem tudom, miért beszélek. Tehát, hogy nem semmi esélyük nincs, hanem most már egyáltalán nem ők az esélyesek. Na, mondjuk így.
I've got the feeling that Tayson remembered that this is a major final, and so he was like, oh yeah, I'm always in those. I need to show up, and a fantastic second place for his
tényleg a Taysonék azok most így a második napra, hogy megérkeztek, úgy nézem.
From Marius, Pixie and Vanya Miniminer, a third victory royale. I'm not gonna question Vanya's hunger ever again.
Yeah, wow. I mean, we talked about it going into
És
that game.
kíváncsiak, hogy Vanyakék, vagy Vanya, vagy Máriuszék, azok így hova jöttek fel ezzel, mert hogy ők is ott voltak az első 4-ben. És ez már harmadik winjük volt, nekik van eddig a legtöbb. Hamarosan megnézzük egyébként a leaderboardot, úgyhogy aggódjatok. Hamarosan meglátjuk, hogy mi a helyzet.
Eliminate him, and then of course Vanya right at the end, just surviving on 5 HP. Every single person played their part, and that's what that trio is so good at.
once again, Mini Man are just summing it up perfectly, right? I mean, you look at no, genuinely though, but it's spot on. They have been so relentlessly good at all having a big impact, right? And I think that's one of the things when this team first formed. I think when you looked at, you have 3 big names, 3 talented players. It's like, how do they gel together as a team? They've done that excellently, but games like this where they do show.
Azért látszik, hogy a Marius elég tud birkálgatni, hogy melyiket figyel.
It is part of why they are a team again that has to be considered in that formula, right? When I was talking before the game, I said, look, it's a formula. These guys are in it with another good game, and straight away they come through and win the next game. So you love to see it. I'm just so curious about how the leaderboard looks now, Frankie, because there were so many of our top teams in that end game. So many
Vanya az milyen néz ki ilyen
of
izén?
course, we're looking at the race for who's actually
Tesó,
going to
mint
win
a
it all.
izé.
But even just some of the teams just below fighting for
Anyád.
global spots, a lot of those teams were in it at the end there. So it's really
Tesó,
heating up.
mint egy izé, mint egy sorozatgyilkos, úgy nézett ki a faszi.
was indeed full of big names you would expect to make it to the Fortnite Global Championships, but we only have 5 spots for our trios tonight, so we'll be finding out who is going to be edging ever closer to Leon after this break.
Na hát akkor azt mondom, hogy nézzük meg, hogy mi a itt a leaderboardon, mert egy... Spicy. Na ez... Érdekes. Chino, Pablo és Fredoxy megtartják az első helyet. Igaz, hogy azt mondtam, hogy talán nem fogják tudni, de... Hát megcáfoltak. Mondjuk annyiban, hogy eléggé megcáfoltak. Vico and Flixi, ahogy várható volt, el tudtak jönni második helyre. Vagy itt is voltak a pingék mögött, vagy a... Ja, malibukáik mögött voltak, azt hiszem. Mindegy, az a lényeg, hogy másodikon. Anya Pixie Marius fejetek a harmadik helyre ezzel a győzelemmel ismét. Nagyon szép teljesítmény tőlük. Pingbox Malibuka már ezzel a egymás után a harmadik sajnos rendkívül rossz gémmel leestek a negyedik helyre. Úgyhogy a mai nap még az első helyen kezdték. De egyelőre semmi akadály nincs afelől számukra, hogy akár visszajönnek, ugyanis 80 pont hátrányuk, amit a mai nap már többször is láttunk, hogy ott gyakorlatilag semmi. Amire kíváncsi azért, hogy a Venovico Flix vajon meg fogja most húzni így, hogy a Pabloék tartják az első helyet, meghúzzák ezt, hogy ráugranak esetleg rájuk, és a Pingbox és a Malibuka már nem olyan nagy nem olyan nagy fenyegetés számukra. Akik viszont már kezdenek visszacsúszni hátrébb, az minden esetre Squeezy Mörstach, Riz, Tyson és Csicsó fejértek a 6. helyre, ami rendkívül jó teljesítmény tőlük a tegnapi borzasztónak mondható teljesítményük után. Thomas Appelpanzer 7-ek, Ping Nepskiro 8, Szetika Mihari 9, Pixdart nem most 10, és utána viszont már tényleg kezdenek leszakadni a csapatok, tehát így a top 10-et látom esélyesnek arra, hogy bent legyenek vagy hogy tovább jussanak a döntőbe. A Pigstar és a Demos egyébként egész jól csinálják. A mai nap első 3 gémében jól teljesítettek, 4., 3., 4. 4 kill, 9 kill, 5 kill-el, úgyhogy szép mai napon tőlük eddig. Ha így folytatják, akkor esetleg be is juthatnak a top 7-be, és ők is kvalifikálhatnak a Global Championship-re. Ők
they're
Nem.
not currently number one is because they didn't necessarily have the best
Személyiség
day
sajnos
one,
már
but do
nem.
you think if they can continue on
De
this
a top 10 az még,
they'll be challenging for that number one spot?
úgy érzem, hogy változhat. Pixéknek kevesebb, mint 200 pont egyébként a lemaradás az első helytől. Az már nem hiszem, hogy meg lehet. Hát, szerintem az első hely az első három közül fog egyébként most már kikerülni. Wingbox Malibukára már nem... Hát amúgy, de még ők az első 4 közül fog kikerülni a győztes, szerintem. A többi landspot pedig a top 10-ből.
Absolutely. I think the key thing that we have to say about this team now is going into the back end of the tournament, they've been so consistent that really and truly there isn't going to be something that sort of, you know, becomes a problem for them and stops them from, you know, getting to end games unless someone lands on them, right? Like it's sort of like how Malabuka was yesterday and going into today. We were all saying, unless someone lands on them, they're just going to keep on playing these games out. Their surge plan is so ironclad, they're going to keep making it to end games. Similar thing can be said now for Fredoxy. So unless, you know, Venos Trio, which we obviously know they landed Master Medals this season, decides, hey, we're going to land on you guys, I think it's going to be hard for anyone to almost overtake them. They're going to keep making it deep into these games.
Well, I feel like the obvious thing to predict would be Vico, Vano, and Flixie. They destroy Malabuka's trio again at Lone Wolf Lair, like they did in game number 9 that we just witnessed. And then potentially they do set their sights on the guys above them.
Érdekes lesz ez a következő 3 game. És hát a végén úgyis ki fog derülni, hogy ki lesz az, aki megnyeri ezt. A Major 2 FNCS-t.
And this next game is going to be a huge test of their character. How can they bounce back from that? Because, you know, we've all played Fortnite. We've all been there before where you do go down off spawn a couple games in a tournament and it is rough. Like, you know, you start questioning things. And with how great their tournament was going, Mini, to how things are stacking up now and them sort of dropping and falling a bit behind the rest of the competition here at the top. Yeah, I'm wondering how their mentals are handling this.
Yeah, I said it earlier, and that game just proved it yet again. The Vico, Veno, Flixie are making it look like Malabuka's team are now the team that are coming on into this drop spot. They just seem to know it inside and out. Their synergy is unreal at the moment, and yeah, it's absolutely right. Will they now use that confidence to really go on and kick on and hopefully find some more success in these games? Because if there's any team that you don't want to be giving confidence to off spawn and then later on in the game, it's these guys. They play off of that confidence, they feed off of it, and it just sets the tone for the entire game when they do win off spawn. So yeah, they got to do something here, Malabuka, to stop the wrath of this guy's off spawn.
Well, let's see what they do because game 10 is ready. Let's head to Taco and Takata.
I like what you said, Frankie. I like what you said because if you do think about it, Veno, Vico, Flixie, they end up, you know, wiping Malabuka off spawn again. And then they're kind of in that first and second battle against Fredoxy and, you know, they're landing the drop spot that they're comfortable with. Will they make another change? I don't know. What are your thoughts, Taka?
The problem, though, is if they do challenge Mass Meadows, then that means that Malabuka, Ping, and Wox are left to reign free from Lone Wolf Lair, and we saw how much success they had when uncontested for the most part in day 1. Doubt that they want to let that go for free, but we'll find out exactly what Veno's up to here in game 10.
Na nézzük akkor, hogy ki hova ugrik.
There's a lot that can happen, but I do believe that at least for this next
Nézzük mi a helyzet.
we will have that Malabuka.
Nézzük Malibukát kontesztelik-e, vagy Fredoxit kontesztelik.
True on the other hand, hopefully uncontested and can continue kind of with their
Fredoxy uncontested. Így van. Fredoxy uncontested.
It's been building over the course of these past few lobbies. And knowing that there is no point multiplier has been a real separating factor here.
Így van, és Vikóék pedig érkeznek be Lone Wolf Lairbe. Ismét harcolnak Malibuka és Ping és Vox ellen. Na nézzük.
If they have the same success that they did in game 9, Takata, it would mean disastrous results potentially for Malabuka's team because everyone else on the leaderboard also starting to play catch up.
Looks like once again, perfect drop for Vico. Looks like the same for his teammates once again. Last time they were able to finish this fight up quickly. You were mentioning it, but it's easier said than done. That Sentinel shotgun is going to help. Double shotgun actually alongside shields. This could be huge for Vico, Veno, Flixi. All they have to do.
A Malibukának is van azért egész jó lootja. Hogy meg tudják nyerni a mai napon először az Osfon fight-ot. Második gameben gyakorlatilag nem ők nyerték meg, szóval... Ja. Na nézzük. Na nézzük.
If they don't find a conclusion to this fight, could also mean a third party. Flixi overhead. Even exchange so far. Vico trying to use the thermite now to break open some builds. Both of these teams incredibly low on materials, haven't really had a chance to farm, but Wox, he might be the first one counted out. Ping, Malibuka, they've got to do something to try and play some supportive measures here for Wox.
They're taking too long, Taco. They're taking too long once again. Not a single knock has been made.
Elhúzódik a pály, ami azért jelentheti azt, hogy érkeznek a third partik, és az akkor tragikus lehet mindkét csapat számára. És már érkezik Klubsi távolban.
So the third party, sure, they're hovering the vicinity, but they don't feel quite confident to strike just yet, and for good reason. But Malibuka just continuing to play the stealth game, continuing to try and gather whatever builds he can. Flixi, he's got to bail out. Malibuka trying to get him up, but he'll be the supportive overlook for Flixi. Try to keep Malibuka's team at bay, and Veno also keeping tabs on the surrounding area, fully aware of the fact that this is an open invitation for third parties with how drawn out it's been so far.
Ez eddig a leghosszabb fight blokkok nélkül.
Trio who's kind of like looking, but they're not fully scouting beside Lone Wolf yet. If this continues taking longer though, it might get to that point. As so far it is just that back and forth playing the vault game.
Most bezárták őket a vaultba.
Shots come through, nothing connecting.
Ez egy érdekes. Venóék nézelődnek azért, hogy...
With the loot differences, Veno, Vico, Flixi probably gonna have to back off temporarily. Malibuka, Ping, Wox still trying to see.
Azért
There's a clear opening.
ott a Vaultban el fog fogyni a materiál egy idő után. És az a fegyver, a lézeres cuccot meg nem fogy ki, mert végtelen ammója van, szóval így van, ki is jöttek valahogy.
As they don't want to take that kind of back and forth right on the borderline on the doorway. Both teams just getting as many materials as they can. You can see they reach this level. These players are constantly doing something. Even if you're waiting for a team, you're constantly farming. You're constantly doing what you can to give yourself that upper hand.
Egy csapatból próbálnak talán sneakelni egy kicsit.
And I feel like it's coming soon.
This Lone Wolf mansion has been absolutely gutted though. Holes everywhere, floors just missing all over the place.
Gyakorlatilag az egész épületet igen átépítették közöskösök.
Was clearly trying to make use of Malibuka, Ping, Wox. They know better than to separate. They know.
Venóéknál van egyébként a HP advantage.
Between being knocked or eliminated versus a winning conclusion here. Vico just continuing to pressure. Veno clearing out even more floor space.
Figyelnek arra is, hogy
as many angles as possible before they make this approach. But this fight has been going on forever, Takata, and neither side really getting enough damage. Other teams, even if they don't,
Arra vagyok kíváncsi, hogy
they're still handling their search strategy.
ennek hogy lesz vége.
These guys are going to be one step
Valaki
behind the rest of the
elmegy-e?
lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Vagy most
taken
itt
that
fognak-e
long.
ülni
The
egymás?
zone can pull far,
Mert
or even it can stay here.
ez
Either
így...
option, they're gonna be behind. Veno, Vico, Flixie have decided, okay, we gotta, you know, we already farmed out all we can
tesson,
here. We've
mekkora
done what we
területét
could.
fizettek.
I guess we gotta start, you know, moving
Yeah.
around, doing more productive things. So we'll see how it plays out overall. The fight isn't finished yet, I'm sure. But for Doxy, Chino, and Pablo, though, they have been kind of leaning towards third party and hopeful when they get stuck in zone and finding those fights around there. But this time around, it is going to be a surge base.
One of just 3 teams that haven't had to deal with those surge damage ticks. It was a big part of the reason why, too. Their surge-based methods.
Szerintem a Pabloék elég rossz emberrel próbálnak surge-öt trade-elni.
Acquired enough surge from inside the base, they take matters into their own hands. They're
Nem azért mondom.
to go that extra
Csak
mile
hogy nem igazán
and
adtak,
find a
de
more
midget
direct
csak
fight
kaptak.
if
Amit
necessary.
most láttunk belőle.
Thomas, Panzer, and Uppel, though,
Nem baj, nem szólok
definitely
bele.
being wary as they make their way around Hopeful. And they're also trying to nestle themselves inside of that top center of the leaderboard. When you know that Vico and Malibuca's teams are inside of the top 5, obviously it's going to drop an extra couple of spots for the leaderboard, but Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer, they don't want it to be close. They want to confidently be inside of that threshold.
Yeah, and I mean, literally being the cutoff at 7th place. I mean, it's not going to feel bad, but it's not going to feel great, right? Like you said, you want to be a bit more comfortable at this point. All it takes is one good game.
Ahogy láttam, hogy Veno, Vico, Flixie elhagyták Lone Wolf-lert.
As always, in terms of eliminations, I mean, he's literally leading the pack in the lobby at 38 elims, and second place has 23. So it's not even close for this trio. I mean, it can consider the fact that they have just been playing around fighting throughout this whole weekend, different drop spots, constantly looking for third parties and obviously popping off in those end games. But it is impressive. They want to go 4 for 4.
Na és most bejönnek sajnos azba lehet, hogy
take home the global championship. They already booked their tickets in Major 1. And to continue that trend,
megtalálni ott a triót, de ők már úgy látom, hogy nem voltak ott.
But any
Csak a
top
közelben
team would
voltak
want to
játékosok.
assume that they're going to be capable of
A
winning
miék
out
azok,
every single event. You
azok,
have to have that
hát
confidence
a miék,
as a player.
ők belőlük nem láttunk túl sokat a Turtly Game-be. Valószínűleg azért, mert nem történik velük általában semmi az Early Game-be.
Veno, he wasn't content with how day 1 worked out for them. Obviously, they were able to get some nice upsets, but they weren't willing to just let Malibuca have his way. And looking for those high risk, looking for those immediate challenges, it's something that
ők nekik is általában az a stratégiájuk, amit látunk, hogy építenek egy jó nagy torrent fel Xbox tetejére, és lövöldöznek egy másik csapatra, aki egy másik toronyban ül.
Only this lobby and a couple more to go, and after that, if you're out, you're out.
Onnan nézzük. 3v3 Pixie Vanya Marius versus Marius, és talán erre a fightra egyébként ránézhet a Lone Wolf-ler tetején ülő Pingbox és Malibuca is, akik most így először talán a mai napon meg tudták tartani Lone Wolf-lert is.
The AR shots from afar. We want to get up close and personal. Take these fights for Surge. They see the shots come from afar. They see the danger potential and decide, okay, we got enough for now.
És úgy látszik, hogy Gripéjék elmennek. Gyerünk, srácok.
And them being forced to reconsider their approach. That's definitely a pretty tough spot to be in. But it's not like they can't circle back through. Swizzy, Merstash, and Queasy on the other hand. It's been a relatively volatile day 2. Certainly not the kind of day 2 that we might have anticipated based off how day 1 went for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash. But the way that some of these teams have made their adjustments, It's been very difficult for these guys to kind of maintain their position at Seaport.
To be fair, they've played quite similar to yesterday if you just take out the win. If they never won that match, their placements aren't too bad. An 8th, a 5th, a 15th. They're getting to those late games, but they're missing that big game. We know how often they kind of play for those big matches with the height. So I'm sure, you know, we've got this match, another 2 after it. At least one of them. We can hopefully see them take home a VR, which would put them in kind of that range of potentially being able to win. But they're still in qualifying range for the Global Championships, so you got to be happy about that at least.
There's so much pressure on Pink and Nebs, though, especially when they're witnessing their former teammate Chino holding down that first place position on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, they are just outside of that leaderboard range, 8th. And obviously, I'm with Levin. I love to see a little bit of, you know, turmoil between teams because it just makes for a good storyline, and that's something that Pink and Nebs, they don't want to let Chino have the ultimate bragging rights.
They really don't. But hey, it's all about that friendly competition. That's an insane stat from Tayson, Atris, and Chicho. I mean, yesterday they had some rough matches. 25th, 31st, 23rd. But now that they've switched up their drop spot, you see top 3 in every game.
Flix, Vikko versus Fedis, Fnayan és Moneymaker.
Benno, Vico, and Flixie, though, they found their next
Csak a
targets.
szokásos.
Moneymaker, faded, F9, struggling a little bit here. Another team potentially pulling it into the mix, but Vico, Flixie from overhead, just steadily cornering Moneymaker's trio. Benno now holding down another angle. Vico and Flixie pressuring the front side. Moneymaker might get a little bit isolated, and that's what Vico is waiting for. He's trying to get down into
Flixie meghal.
Flixie actually gonna get turned and burned. Faded and benign.
Oh no.
While Moneymaker had them distracted. And what once looked like such a promising situation is now
És megjön Savage Badil és Rezon is. Na nézzük.
Benno and Vico
Ez így most
forced
érdekes
to just
lesz.
try and escape here, but Moneymaker faded for 9. What a bite back.
When you thought it couldn't get any worse, a whole other trio after your teammate goes down. I mean, I can see them getting out of this situation, especially as you can see now if Savage takes on the fight.
Malibuka lenokkolt a Setit.
I don't know.
Box megölt egy Sarit.
After this, even if they get out,
Akkor úgy látszik, egy másik Lone Wolf team is
from the sideline.
hajtolgat.
This is just going to be so tough.
Benno és Vico viszont rá tudnak menni, úgy látszik.
As a solo, even more
Egész jól jött
shambles
nekik ez a
than
third
Benno and
party
Vico
most.
here, so it's definitely possible, but this is going to be incredibly tough.
Savage's team doesn't really want to allow for that to just
Nézzük, hogy is
play out and
történt.
both teams to kind of disperse.
Hát igen, ez a közeli 3v3, ez nem igazán a Seti.
Created a whole world of
Mi
trouble
baja?
for Seti and Cammy. Hari trying to see if he can get away, but it's no use. Chased down.
Ők nem ezt a fajta Fortnite-ot szeretik
So
játszani.
where Benno is struggling,
Weezy,
Malabuka
Weezy és
certainly on the
Versace.
come up.
Látszik, hogy befejeztek egy fajtot Foxy Floodgate-nél.
Also be in a spot of trouble, but
És
Foxy
hát...
Floodgate kind of set and waiting, making sure that they're healthy before they move out of here.
Na nézzük, ha megpróbálják megszerezni a kártyát,
Vico and Benno,
mert szerintem nem tudják megvenni.
possibly still a fight that they can take, but even if they get a knock onto somebody from Moneymaker's team, they're still gonna have to deal with Savage, Deal, and Reason. That might even be what Reason's trio is waiting for. They're just waiting for this fight to pick up again before they jump
Ugyanis
in and cause even more chaos.
nem ők,
Savage finally pulled the zone though. Let's see what they can do with it.
nem ők azok,
Surprised they
akik...
get a big game here. It's what they're looking for. They need to push themselves back up the leaderboard, so as
Ők nem azok, akik
Moneymaker
megszerezték ugye a voltot.
doing what they can to kind of continue with this fight. But
Nem tudom, Moneymakerek nem tudják-e, hogy
team up at Outlaw kind of looking back at
ketten
you
van
after
a
this. It's
Vico, Venno és a Flixi, vagy a Vico és a Venno.
Moneymaker's team's just crouching around. Venno hasn't been spotted just yet. But Moneymaker's gotta be careful. F9.
Na
Lose
most,
the first one. Lose a bit of his shields.
na nézzük.
Nico and Veno, though.
3v2. Látom, hogy
Some of these
megpróbálják
full knocks and elimination.
lefájtolni.
Extend things much longer because they are below the surge threshold. That early hiccup at Lone Wolf Lair now coming back to haunt them, forcing them into such an awkward situation.
Veno meghal. És akkor Vico egyedül marad 50 HP-n. És úgy látom, hogy... Na és nézzük, ki jött meg megint. Hát megint a Mr. Savage-ék. És megint talán ez fogja megmenteni a Vicót, de nem. Vico meghal Mr. Savage-ék keze által.
Yeah, you called it. They were just waiting for them to take that fight. Capitalized on the situation. Now our second place trio is out of the game. And the whole other top 5 are still up. I might have spoken too soon. Pablo
Fredox és Chino is fájtolna. Azzal a korai halállal Vicoék kicsit a hátrányba fognak kerülni az előlévő csapatokkal szemben. Hopp, Apple meghal. Thomas bemegy Fredoxi boxába. Nem tudja megolni Fredoxit. Fredoxi pont le tudja szedni, de ő szerezte meg a killt. Jó. És így pont él. Pablo, Fredoxi és Chino tovább él. Így kezdenek talán elhúzni Vicoéktól már 5 kill-lel. Még be se értünk a placementekbe, úgyhogy még Vicoéknek nincsen semmi olyan túl nagy hogy is mondjam, na, az meg. Nem kell nagyon izgódniuk. Még? Majd amikor majd endgame lesz és bejutnak a Fredoxiék az endgame-be, és utána még esetleg eljutnak viszonylag sokáig. Na, majd utána kell azért izgulniuk kicsit. És lehet, hogy esetleg akkor fog megérkezni az a hadművelet, hogy ráugranak Fredoxira Mass Meadowsban. Bár rá jelenleg, ugye itt láthatjuk a képernyőn jelenleg Pingoxot és Malibukát, akik megölték Skivit, vagy Skibi, és és hát talán most ebből a... Itt a lövöl, de... Aha, találtak egy kisebb refresh-t. Ez tényleg az, ez tényleg insane. Na. Mr. Savage-ék ugye eddig értek, kíváncsi vagyok, hogy tovább tudnak rá. Jól ők voltak azok a világos kékek, ott a zónban találják magukat, ha jól tudom, vagy ha jól látom, úgyhogy előre nekik ez nem egy rossz, ők most Dead Side-on el tudnak chillelni. Aztán lehet, hogy buta vagyok, és ez egy teljesen más trió. Pink meghalt. Nem tudom, hogy milyen színek voltak az éjek. Ja, nem, az Pixlar is demos. És hol van Mr. Savage? Az érdekelne. Remélem, hogy még ott vannak jó Fredoxiéknál. Már nem lesz ott sokáig a Mr. Sausage, mert most kapja a triple spray-t, így van. Ez ennyi volt. Rezon is hal. Vadélnek egyedül kell megpróbálnia valamit ebből a gameből kihozni, de hát igazából nekik már mindegy. Az meg szerintem az ő számukra teljesen mindegy, hogy mennyi pénzt szereznek, vagy nagyjából $200, vagy 300-at, vagy sem mennyit, úgyhogy nekik ez szerintem annyira nem számít, őszintén.
Pink needs to have a good performance here. With Thomas HD having gotten eliminated, the one trio that's above them, they cannot
Malibu helyeket viszont veri a Surge, de ujjaj, nincsenek sokkal az damage threshold felett. Muszáj lesz találni ott, de most 177-tel tudják Malibu helyek, hogy ott van a Pink. Egész jó egyébként a lootja a Pingvax és Malibukának. Marius meghalt, Vanya és Pixie-nek ketten kell a game további részében kitartani. A Fredoxiék viszont még mindig állnak, és náluk van a Mythic Drum Gun, ami azt jelenti, hogy akár most el is húzhatnak az első helyen, hogyha egy nagyon jó gémet tolnak, és most már van 7 kijük. Úgyhogy... Hopp, közben Ping lement a földre, de Box és Malibu gyorsan visszahozták, nekik is már van 6 kijük. Viszont amelyik még mindig nincs, az úgynevezett Storm Surge damage, amit most talán Pingen és Nebzen tudnak találni. És na, Quizzy, Swizzy és Merces visszakerültek oda, ahova úgymond tartoznak, a High Groundra. Látom, hogy egyébként a zónokat megfixelték, tehát hogy most már van mindenféle zón, nem csak északra húzó, ami jó. Nézzük, Vanya és Pix. Ajjajjajjaj. A Pixie egyedül marad. Optimistic for a drop from either Gian or Robin that he might be able to get a straight tag onto someone for a refresh. As a solo in the low ground. Totally oh, Pixie megöli, lenakkolja Noirelét, meg is öli. Szerez egy refresh, valaki a világ végén a zón belsején, vagy a zón mélyén heal-el. Merces, Swizzy és Quizzy pedig szokásos high ground pozíciókat elfoglalták. Pix, Dark és Démos is itt van még, ők ott voltak a top 10-ben, szóval nekik is jó lenne egy jó game. Pablo mintha egyedül maradt volna, nem, még Chino vele van, viszont Fredoxy meghal. 12. hely, 7 kill. Megpróbálnak valószínűleg azért minél több pontot ebből kiszedni, ugyanis hát ki kell használniuk, hogy a Venom meghalt. Pablo Escobar meghalt. Ja, ez nem ő, bocsánat. Ő Wingu. Chino. Nézzük, Chino. Chino solo clutch. Van mellette egy nagyon lovas játékos. Hívják a Shark IOTY. Itt van melletted is egy nagyon low, nagyon szép. Zengi halt. Nagyon szép, van Mati. Ledobja a bobot. Vox meghal. Shark is végre meghal. Hát nem végre, de ő is meghal. Malibuka egyedül marad. Minél többet ki kell hozni ebből a gameből, azért van már 7 kije. Bejön hozzá, Focus meghal. Szerez egy refresh, Chino még mindig megy. Már top 6-ban van mind a két szóló klepcsoló. Nézzük, Csinónak nincs Matia, és ezt lefogják. És Malibuka öli meg Csinót. Malibuka viszont meghal. Ha jól látom, a 4. helyen Chino az 5. lett, Merstadsék valószínűleg ezt a gémet le fogják tudni zárni egy győzelemmel, amivel vissza tudnak jönni talán egy kicsit a meccsbe, és esetleg még a győzelemért is tudnak majd talán harcolni. De Swizzy meghal. Nézzük, mi a helyzet. valakit megöltek, a Pixdarm és Demus még 3-an vannak. Demus. Merces kap egy hatalmasat. Nézzük, Quizzy és Merces le tudja hozni. Merces meghal. Quizzy hol van a high ground? Quizzy lenokkolja Demust. Darm és Pix. 2v1. Quizzy ellen. Quizzy lenokkolja Darmot. Pixi. Vagy Pix. És Pix, Darm és Demus nyeri meg a 10. gémet. Wow.
So close, so incredibly close. Queasy has been playing so well, to be honest, throughout the day. They've been getting to those top 10s, but they haven't got a match big enough to put themselves in contesting range of that first place spot, and he almost gets the 1v3. But congratulations to Pix, Darm, and Demus. Not only were they able to revive their teammate in those last moments of the end game, they've gotten 4th twice today, they've gotten 3rd place, and now they've secured that victory royale. They were not in qualifying range to the global championship going into this match, but now I can almost guarantee that they put themselves in a spot to do so. Frankie,
így van, ők mai nap hatalmas comebacket tolnak eddig.
Listen, we love having them in a major final. I've been slightly disappointed to not see them on form so far, but now they come and make a moment we won't forget. Queasy in that 1v3 tried his hardest. It was so close, but you've got to give it to the Polish boys, Miniminer. They delivered.
Yeah, really nice day too for these guys so far. I mean, you know, going into this FNCS, so much expectation on their shoulders. People were talking about top 3s, people were talking about wins, but they're clawing back into it after a really rough start, and that's what a great team will do. Now they're going to be higher up in the standings, of course. Now their scope's going to be more focused on that global championship spot, but this is a team that we haven't really seen too much of over the weekend 11, but for today, they've been doing really good.
Yeah, look, they've been sort of petering around that line of the top 10, right? And so, like the casters rightfully mentioned, that game catapults you into a position to now compete for a global spot, which I think many people expected them to be doing for more of this weekend. And it's better late than never, I guess. Those final moments, though, very
De még ez a hibá
they
is.
did so well to get that revival.
Ezt a hibát is sikerült.
They probably do just lose this game. Queasy, you know, he was turning into an absolute animal towards the end of that flick that he hit on Darm was just mental. Like, I was not expecting that off of Queasy, but Pix does well there. He has the edit, the composure, gets the job done. Finally good to see this team making more of an impact in this lobby for sure.
It was absolutely crazy to watch. I nearly fell over my green screen. My background nearly looked very different. I could have broken the setup. I think Levin was the same, and Miniminer, he was cool as a cucumber as always. We're gonna head to the break. When we come back, we've just got 2 more games remaining. I can't believe it.
Hát pedig el kell inned. Na nézzük a leaderboardot. Aha. Nos. Na ez érdekes. Tehát Chino, Pablo és Fredoxy megtartják az első helyet, még hozzá nem is olyan kicsit. Tehát, hogy egészen elhúztak. Most már egy mennyi? Már csak 70 ponttal, ugye? Egy 70 ponttal vezetnek. Viszont a második, harmadik, negyedik, ötödik az nagyon közel van. Pingvox, Malibuka visszajöttek a második helyre. Ebből is látszik, hogy nekik szintén egy game elég ahhoz, hogy jól teljesítsenek. Vanya, Pixi, Marius, harmadikok. És Pico, Venus, Lixi, valamint Swizzy, Quiz és Merstouch negyedik és ötödik helyen pont egyenlőség. Venóék csak azért vannak előrébb, mert ők 2 gémet nyertek, és Swizzyék meg csak egyet. Úgyhogy, ja, Pixarm és Demus fejettek ezzel a gyönyörű szép winnel egy jó kis 6. helyre, 10 killes win. így talán még nagyobb esély van maradni a LAN spotokban, ha Venom Flixi, valamint Pingbox Malibuka nem esnek ki abból a top 5-ből. Riss, Tyson és Csicsó egy kicsit lelassítottak most így a második napi sikerek után. Thomas Apple és Panzer szintén a tegnapi jó teljesítmények után a mai napon eddig nem jutottak be egyszer se a top 10-be, tehát hogy sajnos ezt eldobták egy kicsit. Pignaps és Kiro pedig eddig elég hullámzó teljesítmény mutatnak így a 2 nap alatt folyamatosan, tehát harmadik, 19, 11, 14, második, harmadik, hetedik, 29, hetedik, 15, tehát egy felle, akár csak itt a drága lengyel barátunknál, Szetikaminál és Harinál. Ugye a Mr. Savage-ekről még ne is beszéljünk, azok szarok, mint a... nagyon... Ja. Úgyhogy ez crazy. Na most vajon meghúzza azt a Vico Veno és a Flix egy ráugranak a Pabloékra, meg a Fedoxékra. És szerintem amúgy meg fogják húzni. De mindjárt kiderül, én pedig mindjárt jövök egy perc.
So stay tuned as we discuss what happened in Game 10. We've got to look at the leaderboard, boys. Things keep chopping and changing. But Fredoxy's trio, I imagine, are still at the top. And there you go. It's crazy to imagine how great a performance we're seeing from these guys. I have to keep reminding everyone, these guys qualified through the last chance qualifiers, and now they're terrifying everyone in the lobby 11. It's crazy.
This fight here was crazy. I talked about how it doesn't feel like anybody can really stop these guys from getting to endgame. Thomas HD's team tried and failed because these guys just would not give up on this game. Even towards the end here, right, we see Fredoxy and Pablo go down, and it was all up to Chino to try clutch it up. He was in 12th place at that point. He clutches a top 5 mini. These guys want the FNCS win, and they want it bad. They are playing out of their minds right now.
So good. I mean, so confident as well. Every single time these guys get into a fight, it's almost like when Vico Venom Flix get into a fight, you're like, yeah, they're gonna win this. Yeah, they'll roll through this team, and they do more often than not. And it's just working out so well for them. You mentioned it, the Chino clutch, absolutely fantastic, and that's what you need from your fraggers in the trio. You need them to be making those plays and keeping yourselves afloat at the top of the leaderboard. It's now just about whether they will stay uncontested. That's got to be the question.
I wonder if Vico, Vanny and Flixie are going to come their way. But I mean, the fact that those two trios that are currently heading to Lone Wolf Lair are constantly contesting each other and kind of getting 1-1 apiece each time that we see them, or every other game, I should say, that we see them. It will be interesting to see if Veno decides to change track. We've got to talk about Marius, Pixie and Vanya, though, because this is a trio that really need to kind of, I guess, try and maintain their consistency in their end game to try and maintain as high a placement as possible. They lasted until the 13th space, 13th space, the 13th spot, I should say. Sorry, the pressure is getting to me. I don't know about these guys. Do you think that they can have another great game? Is it in them?
Miért van hátra még 2 perc a game 11-ig?
As you know, we've seen them have plenty of better games. They've won so many games this weekend, but this one wasn't their strongest, and it's tough that it wasn't their strongest because their biggest competitors now sort of came out and really had a great game in Chino's trio. This is the team that we sort of have to look at. If you're not supporting, you know, Chino's trio to go and win the whole thing, right? Like, you're looking at Vanya, Pixie, and Marius as the ones, because yes, Malibuka's trio is above them, and yes, Vico's trio is right behind, but we know those two teams are fighting against each other. Really and truly, when you're looking at the two teams who, like, you know, have a more clear path to competing against Chino's trio, it's going to be Vanya, it's going to be Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache, but they're both, near about 100 points away, right? Slightly less for Vanya's trio mini. So with 2 games left, it's not impossible to close that gap, but it's starting to look like, another good game for Chino, and they might just wrap this thing up.
Yeah, it's also looking like Many Minor. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to discuss Malibuka with you quickly. I just mentioned it's kind of back and forth between him and Veno's trio on the leaderboard right now, and currently, Malibuka's looking like he's finding that consistency from yesterday, potentially, as we head into these last 2 games.
Yeah, much different complexion to this off spawn as well.
Én tényleg csak arra vagyok kíváncsi, hogy Venoék meghúzzák azt, hogy ráugranak Host Meadowsra, ugyanis hát náluk egyáltalán nem biztos jelenleg semmi.
And they have the capability in endgame. We saw it throughout the entire day yesterday, 11. So there's no reason why they can't do it when they get to the endgame. Ultimately, though, we've spoken about it all day. It's just making that off spawn work, making it count, and then making it to endgame as a trio.
I want to ask a quick question, Levin. If Veno's trio were not contesting Mali's trio at Lone Wolf Lair, would Malibuca still be in the #1 spot?
Ooh, I think you'd have to say so, right? With just how well they played yesterday and how they've still been able to get something out of these games where there's been a stalemate or, you know, things haven't quite gone their way and it's still close, right? With everything that they've gone through today, it's still close at the top of the leaderboard there, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, they had a 32nd and a 30th today and a 15th, and they're still not that far away from first place. So, you know, if it wasn't for the consistency of Fred Oxy's team, we'd be saying this is a team that definitely can pull back that lead. But, you know, can they do it? Will they switch drop spots? Will they keep going there? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we don't have to wait much longer because it's time for game number 11.
Na végre ez az. Ezt vártam.
We are right here on the cusp of determining who's actually going to be the team wielding that Blade of Champions, Takada. And with game 11 on the horizon, so many of these teams that are just trying to last minute scramble their way up that leaderboard.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer. There's a few things to keep your eyes on, right? It's who's going to end up getting first and who's in that currently top 7, which will qualify you to the Global Championships. Now, I'm also thinking, okay, Vico, Veno, Flixi, they've been
Nem most kell a top 2-ben lenni, hanem a
First
12.
place now
game
for Roxy
végén.
by a bit. Will they change it up? Well, let's see, because game 11 is ready to go.
Na nézzük, hova ugrik a Vico, Veno és a Flixi.
And Veno's trio has been put in a pretty difficult position because if they want to challenge Mass Meadows and try to shut down what's been going so well for Fredoxy's team, they leave open Lone Wolf Lair for Malibuca's team to then prosper off of. So for them, they're likely just going to commit to that off-spawn contest, but they know without
Igen,
a
úgy
shadow
látom, hogy
of a doubt in their mind
Fredoxiék
now,
nem lesznek
they don't
kontesztelve.
confirm those early elims when they do go for that 50-50 contest. It's typically been more so in Malibuca's team's favor.
I mean, that's the
Így
main
van.
issue. If you end up
Jön a
switching it up
szokásos
now,
Vico, Veno, Flixi versus Pingos Malibuca. Na ki nyeri a pickaxe fightot? Vico elveszti a pickaxe fightot.
Now left to play it out as a duo. Could this be the first match that Malibuca and his trio clean this one up quickly?
De ő látszik fel fogja tudni szedni.
Immediately fall back though to try and provide a little bit of cover support, but Ping doing what he can to prevent this double
De fel
revive.
tudták
Stellar won't be
szedni
enough.
Vicót.
Vico actually did get some of the goods before he was pickaxed down. Veno, Flixi, Vico. Now a steady trio, but
Na nézzük, hogy akkor most hogy fog
at least get a little bit of shield going.
zajlani ez a 3v3.
It's the fact that they had to forfeit the high ground though inside of the mansion. Walk's gonna drop to Flixi's level, but won't be able to find a knock. Veno kind of lurking on Walks, creeping up the stairs, opens with the shot. The infiltrator doesn't bring him knock damage he needs. Walks just hidden inside the bathroom. Will be forced to use Memphis grenade. Take
Mi a
advantage of
helyzet
slippery bullet.
Malibukával, srácok?
So still very awkward approach here for Ping. Doesn't want to get double teamed.
Hol van a Malibuca, nem töltött be a gamebe?
Just fall back.
Malibuca nem töltött be a gamebe.
To be fair, I mean, it looks quite even now
Na
once again,
ez
but
tragikus.
they saw what happened when the match took a while to kind of, well, I guess the battle took a while
Na
to
ez
conclude.
szopás.
Both trios were able to make it close to the end game. Malibuca's trio actually getting
Na
4,
ez
so
gáz.
they could just try and play it out slow
Azgatja.
once again, but the difference here, Taco, is
Malibuca
just
trio
saw
nem
is that it
töltött be a
looks like
gamebe.
Veno,
Vagy hát
Vico,
a trio
Flixi might be the
betöltött,
ones-
csak Malibuca
will
nem.
be the ones to actually get the vault this time around.
Nem töltött be az
Ball
egész trio.
control is just gonna be a nice swing of
Na ez
resources
így nem
for
jó,
Flixi,
mert
Veno, and
így
Vico, but
fel kell...
Malibuca might decide to just hold them inside of the vault. No, they have other intentions. They're just gonna leave. They
Yeah.
don't
El
want
kell
a
adniuk
part of
ezt a
Lone Wolf
Lone
any
Wolf
longer.
Lair-t.
They're gonna give up their POI and try to find
Hát az a
success
baj, nincs
elsewhere.
más, nincs
We've
más
seen them do it
lehetőségük,
in the
és
two
ez
lobbies that
így,
they have made it from
ez
the
így
off-spawn.
valószínűleg nem fog
So can never really
A
count them out.
legjobban.
Chicho, Atris, Tayson,
Uha.
probably regretting taking
Mondjuk
that launch pad
Csicsóéknak
just now. They
sem
were trying to bail out of
néz ki a
Kappa,
legjobban ez
but
a
now they're just going to be chased down. Chicho doesn't even have any
elkezdés,
materials
eddig
really,
nekik se a
so
legjobb.
these teams just focusing
Hát,
in.
ja.
They started off so strong too. They got 4th place in all 3 of the first matches. Not 4th place, but top 4 at least. And their first match where they didn't get a top 4 was this most recent match. And now if they fall once again, that whole comeback that they started doing might fall. But Ivan,
Na.
how do you not win those? Chicho is now left in a 1v2. He's got the chug. He's got a bit of mats. Is it a possibility to
Na nézzük, 2v1.
make a dream come true?
Egy HP-val túlélte.
Best step correct, and Chicho, that put down onto Ivan. Now seeing if he can have similar luck up against Cade, but 2 versus 1. Surely this goes the way
Build.
of Cade and Aryan. Still, Chicho not making it easy.
40.
Working his way around these builds.
40.
He's got both of them in his sights, but
Ah,
doesn't find
40.
the immediate knock. Maybe if he'd gotten one of the 2 from that last shot, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but instead, that's going to be a shutdown for it. Tayson, Chicho, and Atris. They're going to have to wait out for that Gain 12 battle bus to try and build their position on that leaderboard.
I had faith, to be honest. I had faith. After that first dealing, I was like, okay, I see you.
Ó, na nézzük, Pablo Fedoxi.
Chino, Pablo, and Fredoxy.
Le-W-kízik az egyedül lévő Mr. Savage-et se, szegény.
To continue with their lead for
Ja, ez
first place.
szegény
Savage,
Savage.
Reveal, and Reason. They were able to pick up a bit
Szegény
of eliminations in the
Savage-ék.
last match,
Az
but
meg.
ended up getting elimed before that late game. So if they get snuck up on this time around, it's going to be tough. Savage is completely alone here.
Oh,
If
he
Pablo
has no
gets a
idea.
beam,
Oh,
yeah, this
yeah.
is going to be a tough one. I hope you make the right decision on where to walk to next here, Savage.
Oh,
Playing
Mr.
safe, though.
Savage. Please. You just, you don't want it, not like
no,
this,
not
right?
this
Not
way.
like this. This is not the way that we want to see Savage leave this lobby.
Átázgatja.
And still seemingly unaware of the dangers that are directly next to him. Chino,
Jaj.
Pablo,
Ez nem
creeping.
jó.
Slight sprint, then back to creeping up onto Savage's current position. You can feel the 3-2-1 building. Savage, he just wanted the mats.
Hát ez
Loses
kész
a good
vége.
chunk of his shield instead. Trying to scurry on out of here, but Chino with the cutoff. That's Sub-Zero kit doing him a huge
Ennyi
favor.
volt.
Now jumping immediately.
Amúgy
on top
Savage
of
egyelőre jól
Savage's
csinálja.
head. Chino, he's just trying to make sure that he can confirm.
Jól csinálta.
And sure enough, Savage will fall. Reason and Vidil are now going to be forced to disengage entirely. Have to play through the reboot too. It's tough scenes.
Eddig sem volt jó a
Chino, they've done a great job finding these eliminations.
Mr. Savage
early. I mean, they're
napja.
not opting to just kind of go for that
Mert a
surge
tegnapi sem.
strategy. They have been playing aggressive and looking for those full
Így már pláne
eliminations.
nem az.
Now they've picked off one. They can, choose. Do they want to hunt the duo or do they just want to continue with their loot path? Also depends on how these zones pull. But Reason, as you can see, is making a bit of a statement here. And hey, come on up if you want, but I'll be ready.
Ha van a vadil.
But he has to spend so much time waiting.
Ha
And
visszajött az öreg, akkor nincs
they
baj.
will get the reboot off almost immediately. But Savage has to start all over. He had just invested a decent amount of the early game towards looting up that armored van, trying to get some materials from Southern Pines area, and right back to square one from that jump scare that Pablo, Chino, and Fredoxy decided to produce.
Yeah, it's tough. That's honestly tough. Ended up being kind of like a loot llama there in the end. Have to do it all over again. But hey, at least, they're back in the game and they could be a lot worse, right? We've seen worse matches been, come back from, especially what we saw from Malabuka and Vico's battles, still being able to make it. So Vanya, Marius, and Pixie have been uncontested throughout this whole weekend, which has benefited them heavily. Also, their north zones might have helped a little bit, but they're still not in that first place. Not only do they want the qualifying spot, but being in third right now, they want to see what they can do to hold that and potentially even, surpass the Malabuka, the Fredoxy, but they will need a big game if they want to get first. With the amount of points that now Fredoxy, Pablo, Chino are leading by, it's going to be a lot more difficult to catch up to them.
Take a look at what's building in Magic Mosses, though. Veno's team likely just trying to get control of this black market. It's located nearby. They'll have to deal with Sandguild first, though. It's threatening. A little bit further north of where Veno's team is boxed.
Nem az első game Venónak, ahol megszerzik Lone Wolf Lair. Ja, most sajnálatos módon a Pinknek és Foxnak el kellett mennie, ugyanis Malibuka nem töltött be a gamebe. És ezért 2v3-ban hátrányból el kellett menekülniek, viszont itt van közel Demos és... Jó, semmi. Doxy, Mr. Savage, Odile és Rezon.
They're getting up close and personal once again, trying to get the
Próbálják megint leszedni.
Sneaky play. Be difficult to be successful.
És nem is tud. És megint fogalmuk nincs egyébként.
They've definitely got their surge bases on top of the mountain span, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be completely safe, especially if they have no idea that Pablo, Chino, Ferdoxy are just crouch walking all around this tunnel area. Certainly being cautious, though.
Ja, ellopták a autót.
And go. That seems to be their primary intention.
Ide jöttek ellopni az autót?
With the being on the move, it does appear like Freeze and Savage and Badil don't want to let their ride go, but they don't have a choice. They're just going to have to watch them bail out.
Got robbed.
Hát ezek ide jöttek. Grand Theft Auto!
Thomas Panzer and Apple have been
ez Grand Theft Auto volt.
throughout the day. They've been managing to stay just on the cutoff, but I don't think they've even made top 10 once today.
Hopp! Fox és Pink. Na nézzük, ketten. Ketten. Mit tudnak alkotni?
Easy he made that look. Against Shark of all people, just goes to show. No, Riley, Trueleg, Shark, they were not anticipating to have company this early on here at Foxy Floodgate. Ping and Wox still lurking, though. It's going to be a tough duo operation, but the 2 versus 2. It's a little bit more.
Nézzük, Quizzy Mersac. 3v3. Thomas, Panzer és Apple.
Thomas's team is currently fighting inside of the storm now. They need to get even more points if they want to continue.
Oh, Panzer there.
Towards that top side of the leaderboard, and Panzer, good chunk of his HP gone now. I'll have to hope that Uppel and Thomas can buy him even more time. But Thomas is just slow and steady.
Oh, full box. Swizzy hard, nice.
Turns it around though, and Swizzy will be
és ez így.
Thomas wasting absolutely no time
ez
now.
így.
Mustache heavily threatened.
Így nem jó a Quizzyék számára, ugyanis...
This is an ideal situation, working their way through Kappa Kappa. Because they can continue playing tag with Queasy's team when they go for the reboot. They'll know we've got this trio right behind us. We'll just trail them and continue applying damage to them.
Most az előttük lévő csapatok el tudnak húzni, hogyha itt most...
Again, Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer going down early. 23rd in the last match. Like I said, they haven't got top 10 once today, but because they performed so well in day one, they were able to kind of stay in that qualifying range for the global championship. But they do need a good match here. They're now in 8th, so they are not in that range.
És Quizzy visszamegy a kártyáért.
But you know, there's the start of exactly what they need. They just cannot throw it away.
Lehet, hogy Thomas tudja?
Some white somewhere along the way.
Aha, Thomas tudja.
Only has 90 left inside.
Thomas nagyon okos, vagy csal. Ez a két opció. Thomas tudja. Thomas tudja. Thomas azt tudja.
Queasy seems a lot more preoccupied with just trying to stay alive. He's not really interested in taking this immediate fight. Thomas wants a faster means of
Nem tudom, azt
rotation,
tudta, csak nem akarta, hogy
and
megtudjuk, hogy
Queasy,
csal.
unfortunately, can't. Oh, he might have just found Eels right at the last second.
Good for now, but yeah, it's gonna be tough to come back from. Noah Trulex
Szia, Alex, ismét.
trying to see if they can catch Walks.
Hát tudod mire?
In the corner, but Noah's gonna go down. From the 2v2 to now Walks and Ping with 3 evens on the board. This is a amazing way to put
Szóval
themselves
arra
in the
maradtál
game.
le, vagy elég sok mindenről,
They need this
igazából.
match, Taco, and with odds not in their
A
favor,
leaderboard az
this is a good way to
hát
set themselves up.
érdekesen néz ki, maradjunk annyiba.
It'll just be the two of them.
Volt itt minden.
So it's gonna be a
11.
rocky road.
game, utolsó előtti
We've
game
seen
van
them
jelenleg.
manifest it from similar positions before,
És hát
even in the last major.
jelenleg akiket most nézünk, ők az
Roxy, Pablo, and
elsők.
Chino, though,
Egy 70
they are
ponttal
elevated
vezetnek.
at shiny shafts, just exchanging blows with
És
some teams that are also based up in their Surge Mountains.
nem is rosszak. Ott van Pixie, Marius és Vanya, ők is ott vannak, azt hiszem, a harmadik helyen. Második helyen Pingbox és Maliluka van, akik hát elég sajnálatos szituációban vannak, ugyanis Malibuka nem töltött be a gamebe, így Ping és Voxnak duóban kell tovább haladniuk, ebben a gameben legalábbis, ugyanis Malibuka nem töltött be a gamebe, és hát, ja. Szóval ők most ebben a gamebe duóként mennek tovább.
A chance for the other teams a little below them.
És ja.
And another one for Pablo Wingu. Hey, you gotta make sure that you're staying up to date with some of your balloon fights here. Okay,
Yeah.
Cringe and Kiruo though, they probably keeping tabs on what Pablo is up to. Pigstorm and Demas, though, big surge up leaderboard after that Victor Royale in the last match, Takata. And they are certainly trying to confirm their global championship seat. This is easily going to be one of their best opportunities. They're so close they can taste
Nincs
it.
mit.
They really can. I'm
Nincs jobb
excited to see how
dolgom
this one
éppen,
plays
úgyhogy...
out. If you're not familiar
Yeah.
with Pix, Darm, and Demas, they played in the first major finals last season, somehow qualifying, and not only that, they got 5th place from being the underdogs to now top-tier competitors on EU, going into today and even, you know, these major finals once again.
Úgyhogy érdekes végjáték lesz.
Qualifying range, so seeing them in the global championship would be
Jelenleg a
amazing.
top 4 team közül azt hiszem mindenki életben van. Sőt, azt hiszem a top 6 is életben van, 7-ek, akik eddig meghaltak ebben a gameben, szóval bőven van miért izgulni.
Yeah, I mean, they were one spot off qualifying in Major 1,
És
winning
azért
3rd place
itt
when the top 2 qualified. They had a 12% win rate.
fontos lesz, hogy ebben a gameben ki tudja kihozni a legtöbbet, ugyanis ezután már csak egy hátra. És az az egy, az nem feltétlenül elég mindenre, ugye? Hogyha lemaradnak annyival. Azt hiszem az első 4 csapat egyébként 100 ponttal belül van egymáshoz képest, szóval az... Na, itt meg mennek az autóval.
Big performance in these last couple of lobbies. Vico,
Tutu.
Venom, Flixie, just rolling around the outskirts of Outlaw Oasis. It's gonna be tough for other teams to really stop their
Ők úgy
current
gondolták, hogy
flow, but
bejönnek a körbe.
Venom, he just wants prime positioning.
És be is
Even if it
jöttek.
comes at a slight cost, a little bit of damage, but they're rolling through.
You know, this game, they need to put themselves in second, because we know what Vico, Venom, and Flixie truly want. They want to win this major like the rest of them. And to do that, going into this, you know, second to last game that we're witnessing right now, they need to put themselves in at least second place so they have a good chance of taking first in that last match. If they put themselves into second here, I would not be surprised if they land on Pablo, Doxy, and Chino in the last match. But to do so, they need to get a good amount of points here. Now they are above. They've gotten an elimination.
Merces Vizi és Kvízi harcolnak. Ezt ma már láttuk. Merces halt, Vizi halt. Kvízi. Ez... Ha most meghal, akkor neki lehetséges, hogy vége van a győzelemért való harc. Márpedig vége van a győzelemért a harc számukra valószínűleg, ugyanis az itt látható első helyen lévő csapat el fog valószínűleg húzni, hogyha most egy jó gémet mennek, és lehetséges, hogy behozhatatlan előnyre tesznek szert Kvíziékkel szemben.
It's largely just dealing with some of the congestion piling around them, but they'll get some great shots in onto Faded. They can tell that box fight's getting scrappy. They don't have to get up close and personal just yet, though. They'll opt for the free rotate while those teams are preoccupied. Darm, Demas, luckily avoiding the view of Pablo, Ferdoxy, and Chino. They might have actually chosen to collapse, but this team is just
egy v1-ben egyébként a Péter Böty nyilván verhető. Nem azt mondtam, csak hogy összességében, ha megnézed a helyezéseit, az elmúlt, tehát hogy 12 cash kapott nyert meg egymás után. 12 trió cash kapott, és a legutóbbinál lett vége, mert második lett. Az elsők jelenleg a képen látható, az előbb képen látható Pablo, Vingu, Ferdoxy, Chino trio az első orbé.
Exactly what's going down over there. Kiruo, Volko, Cringe, they've managed to find a somewhat isolated spot on the side of the Zillface. A little bit closer towards the dead side. Panzer, Thomas, Uppel, eating a few tags, returning a few tags. Vico, Flixie, Veno, just trying to make sure that they're in a position to take over high ground, and Navajo nearly going down, but will manage to just stay standing, even if just barely. Veno, all the while still pressuring onto Noms. Twy might not have shield, but it's a 2 versus 1 that Veno doesn't want to tango with just yet. Height was all Veno was after in the first place, and forcing Alahalo's team downwards means that they have open range towards it.
Húz a kör, ki lesz a high ground.
Okay, this is massive.
Vico, Veno, Flixie. Savage trio hanyadik? Hát... sokadik. 19. Nagyjából egy olyan... nincsen search. Gatya. Szóval nagyjából olyan 3 forintért harcolnak, de itt nem valakit megölt a Savage. Na, tessék. Úgyhogy most még élnek. Vox. Hát igen. Ott az nem tett jót a Voxéknek, hogy nem töltött be a Malibuka a gamebe, ugyanis nincsen semmi. Vox meghalt. Így van. Nézzük Venoékat. 190-en vannak a limit fölött. 230-al most már. Nézem a szememmel a Mr. Savage-et, csak nem találom. Még mindig nem. Most már látom. Kapják az évet, úgy látom, és Savage meg fog halni. Meghalt. De Bödil is meghalt, Rezon fel tudja szedni talán. Veno, Flixie és Vico fel vannak a HG. From this trio, they claimed it, kind of scared Cammy away, and now got the zone pullback. So, can they hold on? I mean, Queasy's not in the lobby. Vanya is though. Bödil megölt valakit. Ja, az még replay volt, bocsánat. Nem most halt meg a vadil. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stinker. Again.
Just trying to look for pickoffs as they make their rotates. But Veno, Vico, Flixie, they've definitely got the zone RNG on their side. And for Doxy, Pablo, Chino, they've got to hold down this secondary height position instead. They can't look for a height challenge.
Nem tudom, éle még valaki a Szevis trióból, de nem valószínű egyébként. Úgyhogy ők az ők kaliberű játékosokhoz képest nagyjából olyan úgynevezett jaj, Chino going down. Oh, Vico, Veno, Flixie. Csó. Chino meghal, Pablo és Fedoxinek ketten kell végig menniük az endgame többi részén. Vagy a Marius, Pixie még úgy látom, hogy élnek. Rezon még szóló kláccsol, hopp. Vico meghal. Hoho. Na ez akkor most, aha, Vanya meghal. Flixie megöli Nomzot. És még mindig ők vannak high groundon. iDrop is meghal. Sky Scroll is meghal, az a trió akkor kiesett. Nem tudom, mi a helyzet. Rezon még mindig él. Rezon most egyelőre egész jól szóló kláccsol. Pablo, Fredoxy ketten vannak, és nem is olyan... Hát most már Fredoxy egyedül van. Most kihasználja itt a mellette lévő Stingnak a... Jaj. És Fredoxy meghal, viszont High Groundon vagy a Marius és Pixie. Eddig, ha jól tudom, ahányszor átvették a High Groundot, mindig megnyerték a meccset. Úgyhogy nézzük. Veno meghal, Flixie is meghal. Az első két csapat... Ja nem, mert azok a boxék voltak. A harmadik csapat meghal. Nem, mert azok a vanyakék volt. A negyedik csapat meghalt, akár csak az első, és ebből most a Mariusék, akik a harmadikak, ők tudnak ebből a legjobbban kijönni, és akár átvenni a vezetést. Simán átvehetik. Nem, azért nem, a vezetés csak nem veszik át, annyira nem volt rossz a gémik a Pabloéknek, meg a... Ja. De hogyha még szereznek killeket és megnyerik a gémet valóban, akkor egy nagyon izgalmas utolsó game következik. Majd. Marius meghal.
Is increasing. Vanya Pixie now left alone as a duo to try and clean this one up. There's 6 total players. Looks like Cammy's still on low. Shot gets connected from Pixie onto Frennick. Gets the elimination alongside it.
Kell lelni. Szeti Kami Hari. Na nézzük, nekik is kell ez a game. Ők nekik is még ott van az esélyek. Na nézzük. Vanya az ja, tudom, hogy mi a téma. A Vanya megint izél. Megint heal-off-ol. Nem heal-off-ol a Vanya. Szeti meghal. És meghal mindenki. Na nézzük. Na nézzük. Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy lesz a leaderboard. Hamarosan megnézzük. Még akar visszajönni az RMPX. Hát május 10-én lesz az event. Szerintem olyan május közepe vége fele. Én azt mondanám. Hogy nagyjából akkor talán. Akkor ül. Talán. De nem vagyok benne biztos. De nagyjából akkor lehet, mert az event az ugye, a Pro-Am az május 10-én lesz, és akkor utána. lehet megszerezni a Psycho Bandit skint. Ez se biztos, mintha így emlékeznék, de lehet, hogy nagyon rosszul emlékszem. Lehet, hogy jobb, hogyha inkább majd utána nézel, de mintha úgy emlékszem, hogy úgy is, lehet, hogy úgy is meg lehetett szerezni, hogy megvettél egy Borderlands gémet, és megkaptad mellé a skint. Tehát, hogy ja, kaptál, vagy kódot kaptál, vagy megkaptad az akkuntadra a skint. És lehet, hogy amúgy volt egy külön bundle is egyébként az item shopban, ebben nem vagyok biztos. Mindjárt jövök egy pillanat, aztán megnézzük a leaderboardot.
Yeah, and the way they play this endgame was really nice as well. They had to pick up the revive onto Vanya, which of course this refresh gave them the green light to take height there in the end as well. They were just playing height just underneath Vico and Veno's trio there up on top, and they just took it really, really straightforwardly. And from here on out, it only looked like it was going one way, right up until the end, when of course we had Seti, Kami, and Hari right on the low ground. And to be honest, with the way that Seti, Kami, and Hari have been playing these endgames and these final two trio situations, I was kind of confident in Vanya, but the way he did it was unreal there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the clutch shots onto Seti as he ran away. Yeah. I mean, Seti's going to regret building up on that ramp and running. Like, he's going to be wishing he would have hidden maybe a bit more. Losing another 2v3 situation is just crazy. But look, focus on Vanya, right? Because Vanya and Pixie, you know, remember in the group stage when we were talking about these guys, I highlighted the fact that last major, when it came to final two situations, they stunk. Right? Like they had like 10 final two situations, I think, in set lobbies and one.
Jó sok kijük volt, az egyiknek volt 8 kill, a másiknak 2, minimum 10. Annak meg 4 volt, 14 kill, húha.
Very impressed by this trio right now.
Listen boys, we need to talk some more. We just have one more game before we crown our FNCS Europe Major 2 champions. We're going to be taking a look at the leaderboard after the break.
De nektek nem kell várnotok a szünet utánig. Megnézzük most, és... bazd meg. Ha. 2 pont. 2 darab pont. Választja el. Mi? Nem. A fasz 2. Mennyi? 6 darab pont. Választja el Vanya, Pixie, Marius és Chino, Pablo, Fredoxit. Aztán a harmadik helyen szintén szoros Vico, Flix és Pingbox Maliboka. 4 darab pont választja el, ami egyetlen egy kill. A 5. helyen Swizik, Fizi és Mersecs. 6. helyen pedig Pix, Darm és Demus, ismét egy viszonylag jó gémet mentek. Seti, Kami, Hari pedig ezzel a második hely 10 kill, hú! Tőlük ez nem megszokott, hogy ilyen sokat ölnek. Ez a legtöbb killes gémjük eddig, wow! Szép. Ezzel feljöttek a pont landspotot érő helyre. És azért itt még alatta Thomas, Tyson és Pinkéknek is lehet beleszólása. Alatta már sajnos nem. Ők, nekik már nincs esély, Mr. Savage-ék, hát most... Na. 2900 kemény dollárért harcolnak. Ha meg lesz a top 10, akkor 5800-ért, ami azért sokkal jobb lenne, úgyhogy hajrá Mr. Savage top 15. Hajrá! Azt még pont megszerezhetik. Itt azért az is szoros. Ja. Ó, jaj, itt a 23. hely között ez itt lehet ugrálni bőven. Úgyhogy ja. De hát ez elég szoros lesz. Fészkem, hogy romlott el őszintén. Amúgy nem romlott el. De az a helyzet, és hát amúgy lehet, hogy nem tudom mi a probléma. Az a lényeg, hogy megfogja. Megnyitom az appot, bekapcsol. 10 másodperc múlva lefagy. Deaktiválom, ismét aktiválom, és 10 másodperc múlva megint lefagy. És ezt nem tudom, hogy mi az Isten ütött belé. De ja.
Hollywood ain't got nothing on SMCS Europe, my friends, because we have just got one more game
Megpróbál megoldani valahogy, de nem tudom,
of Major 2, and it is looking incredibly close at the top. Let's bring up the leaderboard, guys, and see where we're at with just one game remaining. Vanya, Pixie, and Marius Levin, they are, I mean, they're not looking good to take it just yet because there's just 6 points between them and second. But the consistency they've showed today, the ability to pick up those victory royales, makes me think they must be confident.
This is gonna be a cook of a game 12, man. This is what you want. You want the close photo finish, Mini, and we're gonna get that here because Vanya, Pixie, and Marius have catapulted their way into it. Look, both these teams have been fantastic this weekend. Both these teams have so much on the line. The only winner, or the only player who's won an FNCS on either of these teams is Vanya, right? Pixie looking to pick up his first. Marius looking to become the first Danish player to do it, right? So a big weekend for Danish Fortnite. I don't even know who I think is going to do it, to be honest with you, because both of these teams have been so good at making it to these end games consistently, Mini.
Yeah, and I think what I will say is that whoever does end up winning this will definitely deserve it on their performance this weekend. You can see with their elimination stats, their placement points as well, they're so close to each other, and the consistency that we've seen from particularly Fred Oxy's team has been next level this entire weekend. So although they don't have the experience necessarily, they don't have the experience of being in this position, this is going to be coming down to a very, very close finish, and you have to say whoever does take it will fully deserve it.
Yeah, and when you look at this team in particular, it's such an interesting story for them, right? When you look at all three of these players and the trajectories they've been on, it's been so strange almost, right? You look at Pablo Wingu. Pablo Wingu's been around in EU competitive for a long time. You know, back in 2021, right? Pablo Wingu was popping about. Obviously, he went to the Invitational in 2022, and that was really when I think a lot of people thought this guy is going to be one of the top players for a long time in EU. And it didn't quite pan out from then, right? You know, a lot of people thought Pablo and Bevies had hit their peak. You look at Fredoxy when he burst onto the scene, very talented Danish player. Everyone thought, okay, right, he's going to make that level, make that jump to the tier 1. And even though he's been one of the best off spawn players and everybody respects him there, he never quite, again, put himself in that category. And he just
Fodor Péter vagyok.
the major finals, right?
Ferenc is amúgy a harmadik nevem, tehát Fodor Péter Ferenc, de azt nem használom.
And he's finally found the formula, playing alongside two people he respects a lot. I know him and Pablo have been friends for a long time and they've always wanted to play with each other. This is the first season they've had that opportunity.
Bocsánat, kinyítom egyébként.
If this is what you get for playing with your friends, I think I want to play with my friends all the time in FNCS, right? That's exactly what he'll be thinking in his head now. So a big last game, a lot of pressure on all these guys because competing for a title in that final game, it is no joke.
Amúgy Vanya, Marius, Pixie megnyertek 4 gémet? Húha! Az mondjuk nem semmi.
Maybe if they weren't, there would be a different team in that top 2 right now. However, Fredoxy's trio have been showing that they are one of the strongest off-born teams. They have earned Mask Meadows for themselves throughout this season, not just this weekend, Mini Minor. Do you think that actually, even if they did have a team dropping against them, they would still be there?
Yeah, definitely. I think it happened in game number 2, right, of this weekend. They had a team sort of like contesting and rotating in nearby. So they definitely have what it takes. They rolled Vico Venoflixi when they contested them in week 4 divisional finals. They have that confidence. Every single aspect of their game right now is looking really, really good. And yeah, you know, they had a really good POI, uncontested vault, black market, all that sort of stuff. But you have to do what you need to do with that loot. You can't just win an FNCS from just getting good loot. You have to make the most of it. And that's what they're doing.
Well, guys, we're not just talking about number 1 here. We're talking about that top 7. We already know that 2 of the trios inside the top 7 have qualified for the Fortnite Global Championships in September because where are legends made? On LAN. Every single one of those trios wants to make it to Leon. We're going to find out who'll book their spot after this game.
Na.
It's so intense.
Gyerünk.
Thomas isn't in the top
Menjen,
7.
menjen.
Tayson isn't in the top 7. Pink isn't in the top 7. There's so many of these trios that are not yet in qualifying range for the global championship. The desk set the scene perfectly. First and second place, head to head. Only one player on both trios has won an FNCS. This could be huge for any of these players, Taco. This last game is going to be sick.
Yeah, the top 10 in general looking really close, and we'll see who comes down with the Blade of Champions in Game 12.
Na nézzük. Ki hova ugrik? Nézzük, hogy Venóék ugranak-e Lone Wolf Lairbe. Mit kap az a csapat, amelyik megnyeri? Hát van ez az újfajta pickaxe, ami inkább ilyen kard, de szerintem nagyon rossz, meg csúnya. És ami... Jó, van a Pixie Marius Uncontested. Meg valak pénzt, tehát egy így nagyon sok pénzt. 180 000... 180 mit több? Ja. 180 000 dollárt kapnak, és egy ember kap 3-at. Vico, Veno, Flixi, elvesztették Flixit. Na, most viszont betöltött Malibuka is, úgyhogy most lehet egy valódi esélyük, esetleg egy 3v2. Fredoxinokos! Fredoxinokos! Vadil, Reason és... A Mr. Savage legrifeli Fredoxinak a vinnyét. What? És lehet, hogy megpróbálják lerásolni Moss Meadows? És lehet, hogy ezzel konkrétan tálcán nyújtják a győzelmet a... izének.
They are going to be forced to fight this out. Has Vadil seen him? He has not. Pablo in a very sneaky situation.
Lehet, hogy nyújtják tálcán a győzelmet a izéknek.
Everything comes down to this. If they get eliminated here, they are most likely out of that contention for first place. They cannot afford to go down.
És most valószínűleg a Pabloék elmennek, és Mr. Savage, Rezon és Chino meg megtalálja a Apple-t. What? Na jó, ez így... Na jó, ez egy rendkívül... érdekes. Most Mr. Savage-ék megkapták Moss Meadows-t, mert megölték Fredoxit, és Chino és Pablo meg nyilván nem fogja a 3v2-t lefájtolni, mert ott vannak a második helyen, 6 ponttal az elsők mögött. Ezért meg itt túl kell élni. És most Chino és Pablo teljesen más utakon mennek. Most én a helyükben felmennék a hegyre. Mire kimondom, már a hegyen rebootolt is Pablo. És így ők, a Mr. Savage-ékkel gyakorlatilag egy cseréltek egy dropspotot.
This will at least give them the opportunity to farm up a bit and then try to see if they can establish their
ez így érdekes lesz. Nézzük, hogy mit tudnak a hegyről csinálni Fredoxiék.
6 points is what separates Pablo, Chino and Fredoxy from Vanya, Pixie and Marius. Vanya, Pixie, Marius had a cleaner start without getting knocked off the start. It's a full Danish trio. I mean, Denmark has made 243 FNCS finals, but they are yet to take home a championship.
És Vico és Veno, úgy látom, hogy elmentek Lone Wolf Lairbe. Ez is érdekes, ez is érdekes.
But it's going to be tough to take home the second or first.
And that top 3 position is also a little bit too close for comfort. If you're one of our 2 leading teams, you've got a little bit more of a point gap between second and third, but 3rd through 7th, all of that is within striking range of each other, and there's definitely some prize pool differences involved when you are
Redoxy Pabloék visszajöttek Moss Meadowsba, de itt most már 3 trió is van a közelben. Mr. Savage-ék is itt vannak, megjött Twy, Ovahalo és Noms is. Nem látom Mr. Savage-et éppen, de biztos, hogy még él.
They
Elvileg.
just want to make their way on in, right? Being so close
Majd
right now,
meglátjuk, Alex, nem tudom.
you have to put on a performance in this match.
Nézőibe biztos, hogy játszhatunk, tehát akkor nyilván az azért van.
No, I don't think Malibu could
Azon
get
kívül nem
moved out
tudom.
of
Azon kívül nem
seconds, so we'll
szoktam
still be
amúgy
that
senkivel se
qualified, but
játszani, tehát hogy
it is
csak
incredibly
egyedül
close in that
free
top
buildelek
10
és
in
ennyi.
general. A lot of big names still not in qualifying range for the global championship, but although Pablo, Fredoxy, and Chino had a bit of
Na
a hiccup to
nézzük,
start this
most
one off,
így.
they're looking better.
És itt van Sreps, Hellfire és nem tudom ki már is Tripper. Kvízis, Vizi és Merces is ott vannak az első néhányban. Mindannyiuknak nagyon jó game kell az, hogy benn maradjanak abban a jelenleg top 7-ben, ami a LAN-ot, a LAN kvalifikációt bebiztosítja. És
crazy game in the final hour.
I mean, in last major, they didn't qualify to the global championship by 2 spots. They were just 2 spots away, right under Vanya, Marius, and Pixie to qualify to the global championship. Although they were looking like favorites, ended up getting contested, and now uncontested. They're in qualifying range, but you know, they're getting close to that borderline, so they still have to have quite a performance. And I mean, if you're Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, you're in first place here, but you want to get that Blade of Champions. You want to win that FNCS. Vanya has already claimed a few, but Pixie and Marius, they have yet to win one.
But see, Vanya knows what kind of nerves start to factor in when you are this close to winning. And for Marius and Pixie, it is so easy to just
Pabloék
start
ismét
that little bit of hesitation. You second guess every
bajba
single move.
kerülnek.
And so this is where Vanya can really step up to the plate, really be a huge leader and
Lementek hozzájuk?
of his trio,
Vagy
because
visszamentek?
Fredoxy, Chino, Pablo, they're also experiencing probably a similar sensation.
Nem tudom, mi volt itt a terv.
This is something that would just really change the narrative surrounding all 3 of these players.
It's almost worse for Fredoxy, Pablo, and Chino, though, because they're kind of, like you said, playing a little different of an early game because they don't have control of Masked Meadows and now forced to kind of not be as comfortable. They were the ones sneaking around looking for those eliminations in these previous games. It's how they were getting a lot of the surge, but now kind of all eyes are on them. These opponents know where they are. They don't have as many options to sneak up on them again, and
Most azért valószínűleg azért Pabloéknak van hátrányuk, ugyanis hát ők nem azt a stratégiát fogják valószínűleg, vagy nem tudják azt a stratégiát feltétlenül alkalmazni, mint amit eddig, és az a urai Fredoxy halál az teljesen megakadályozta őket, ugye Masked Meadows kilútolásától.
This is still a 180 performance in comparison to how Major One Finals
Szóval,
ended up for this trio. They're here to remind all of EU that they are still top dogs of the region.
It's good to see them. It's good to see them in that
Flixi
top
vagy a...
7 in
vagy mi?
qualifying
Nem
range,
Flixi.
like you mentioned.
Pixie vagy a Marius, közel vannak, Flixi és nem Benno és Vikóz.
They're part of those top teams. What I'm seeing here,
Ó, Pabloék ismét, Csepp, Squee és Tini.
Was Vico and Venno, so that is not a team you kind of want to fight against. Fredoxy, Pablo, and Chino now though.
Egyelőre eléggé,
Getting bullied from above. Their truck's about to
ahogy az angolok mondják, all over the place, tehát hogy mindenhol is voltak ebben a gameben eddig.
They are quite literally playing this match in shambles.
És ezzel, na, Cseppet meg tudják ölni. Skivi és tört.
In the span of seconds here, but Pablo, he's got no builds. He just has to find the eliminations. He needs the cycle.
Na nézzük, ezzel a... Hogyha meg tudnák őket ölni, visszajönnének a meccsbe. Talán. Na gyerünk. De megjött a third party. És ki az? Fasztra. Fredoxy meghalt. Az baj. Na ez gatya.
The good news is it looks like those third partying players have disengaged. They're happy with that one elimination.
Közben Svizi megölte, vagy lenokkolt a sárkot. Thomas pedig megölte. Ez mondjuk érdekes, mert két különböző team. Nézzük, hogy Pablo és Chino hogy tudják folytatni. Ezek után a kezdeti nehézség, ezek a kezdeti nehézségek után.
Do not want to overexpose themselves. They're willing to wait it out. He has 2 med miss grenades. They can definitely tank a little bit of storm. All they need is for these 2 other teams to leave the area, and then they can begin trying to recoup what they've lost. It's certainly a big blow. It's got to be something that Vanya, Medius, and Pixie are keeping eyes out for in that elimination feed. But Chino and Pablo, they just have to focus on their own game. They don't have time to think about anything else. And Yanis is going to be the one who actually takes out Fredoxy. Fastroki still trying to completely cut off Pablo and Chino from leaving.
You know Vanya's trio was licking their lips when they saw on the elim feed that Fredoxy went down.
Have to be.
But the good
Nem
news is
látják az elim feedet, mert anonymous módban vannak a játékosok. És hát aki okos, az abban van.
Still possible. They're in the zone too.
Nem fogják látni, ez fosság. Bár mondjuk, hogy ha kivégzik, akkor lehet, nem tudom.
But they're alive and well. They're not just alive, like what we saw from Pablo. And even with Canyon Crossing having cleared out a little bit, they still have to invest so much time just refarming mats, refarming heals. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius on the other hand though, max material, optimal loadouts.
Hát igen, ők egy kicsit jobban állnak, maradjunk annyiba.
And wasting no time whatsoever at Foxy Floodgate.
Egyelőre úgy tűnik, hogy ezt a Grand Final Pixiék fogják megnyerni, de látunk mi már fordulatokat ilyen. Fordulatokat a...
Thomas HD from not qualifying to the finals to now being in that contention, the fight for top 7 and a spot at the global championship, currently being in 9th place, so they are not in qualifying range, meaning they need a solid match here.
Pix meghalt, de viszont Demos megölte Cringe-et. Ja, azt is figyelni kell, hogy a Pixék harcolnak a long kvalifikációs helyért, és...
Take a chance on each other and Thomas and see, is this going to be a winning trio? Are we going to be the Blade of Champions caliber that individually everyone would look at them and say, yeah, they've got the potential, but to find themselves just outside of that global championship qualifying range even, it would be devastating if they can't outperform where they were last season.
And I love seeing Demas Pix and Dark picking up eliminations. I mean, yesterday, they only made top 15 in 2 out of the 6 matches. And today, they're looking almost as consistent as Malibuca was in day 1. They've made top 6 every single game today. I mean, talk about a comeback. They weren't even very close to qualifying range of the global championship, and now they're set comfortably in 6th place.
Mondhatni egészen jól állnak, és Pink meghalt, ami ugyanis ő is még ott volt a... Flixi megint meghalt, Veno, Vico, ismét ketten maradnak. Sky, Scroll és iDrop. Jönnek rá, Scroll kap egy nagyot.
Just falling a little bit too low. Vico trying to see if he can close things out.
Pont nem sikerült megölni a Sky-t, vagy a Scroll-t.
Vico and Veno have yet to find their first elimination in comparison to the Danes carrying 8 of them. But Sky,
mind a ketten kapják, és megjött Malibuka, mert Vanya, mi? Várjál, Pinkbox és Malibuka. Na nézzük. Itt miféle helyzet van? Na itt van balhémos gyerekek. Wide part. Itt van Vico, jó, semmi. Boxra azt hittem, hogy Flixi. Vagy Vico. De ők is itt vannak, ne aggódj. Venno halt.
You just know that Malibuka's got to be cheesing right now. And it's only Vico left standing. Sky and Scroll.
És ugye Vico és Malibukáé között egyetlen kill különbség volt. És egyelőre úgy tűnik, hogy Vico érdekező, a game rosszabbul fog sikerülni, mint Boxnak és Pignek.
Now eliminating them in the last match. They are the trio that is directly above them on the leaderboard as well. After those eliminations, they've taken the spot from them.
Na, megtalálják-e Vicót? Vagy elmennek? Pinkék meghaltak a 9. helyen. Azt jelenti, hogy ők nekik nem lesz LAN kvalifikáció. Na, Pablo, Fredoxy és Chino, mintha visszajöttek volna a gamebe. Nem nagyon, de mintha egy... Figyelj, egészségesek, benn vannak a körben, és visszahozták Fredoxit. Itt azért... Eléggé kíváncsi leszek a végén, hogy ki az, aki kvalifikálja magát LAN-ra. Na most Mr. Savage visszakapja azt, amit a game elején adott.
Pablo Wingo, sorry.
Pablo Wingo.
Competitor in the Fortnite space alongside
Pablo
that
Wingo.
kind of young talent Chino. Fredoxy has been around for a good amount of time as well, but they haven't kind of had the respect to win a whole major.
Felvett egyetlen egy darab medált, vagy metált, ami vas, csak nem tudok magyarul, mert ilyen vagyok.
In this rough last game, it would be amazing.
Úgy látom, visszahozta.
As it looks like Vico's gone down, but he's brought Flixi back into the game, so you know they're doing what they can.
Aha, tehát a Venno és Flixi visszajött, de Vico meghalt. Crime City. A zóna az nagyjából Mass Meadows-nál van, hát az egy gyors út lesz. Van egy launchpadjük. Eljutnak vele egészen a vasútállomásra, ott meg lehet, hogy jön a vonat. Hát ki tudja. Csak valami, na Pablo Wingo meghalt, nem? Fredoxy megint meghalt. Na, Mr. Savage-ék fájtolnak. Egyikük meghalt. Vagy fel tudták szedni? Úgy látom, fel tudták szedni már, aki meghalt. És most a rózsaszín tím, aki a sötét rózsaszín tím, aki a világos rózsaszín tímet támadta, az most elmegy, és most a világos rózsaszín tím után megy. A világos rózsaszín tím az a Mr. Savage. És a Janis Focus... és ki a harmadik a Janis Focusnál? Janis Focus... nem tudom. De mindegy, ők így harcolnak. Most így? Úgyhogy, ja. Nézzük, Pabloék azért eléggé nagy bajba vannak. Van Storm Search-ük, nincs híjük. Nincsen shieldjük, és Vedil meghalt, Venno meghalt, szerintem ők meghaltak a körben. Marius, Pixie és Vanya azonban. Annál jobban állnak, miközben kimondom, Vanya azért. Ott volt baj, de semmi baj. Most már megoldották a kis problémát. Bob ledobva. Vanya életben, vissza a csakzsagot, és Pixie majdnem kiugrott az ablakon. Mármint, hogy nem olyan, tehát, hogy ma is hát ki is ugrott. Nem sült ki belőle rosszul a helyzet annyira. Nézzük. Savage és Rezon még élnek, ha jól láttam. És most rájuk húzott a körövék a high ground, nice. Chino Pablo. 260 biló, hát előbb még 600-zal voltak a limit fölött, Hogy vesztettek egy jó, hogy lett? Hogy? Ma? És Fredoxy meghalt. És úgy láttam, hogy ez ismét Rezon és Savage, akik eleköpnek a levesükbe. Mai meccsen már másodszor, ebben a 12-ben. És valaki spameli a Discordomat, és van egy tippem, hogy ki. De nem baj. De nézzük, Pabloéknak kell 200 damage. Ez nem 200, de legalább kevés. Nem, még kéne 180, most már csak 120. Ó, Chino meghalt, hájjájjáj. Ó, Rezon meghalt. Savage meghalt, top 18. Hát, Pablo meghalt. Pabloéknek vége a... Trying to do whatever he can to stay up and running. He doesn't want to see that second place position end in second, but his team might not have a choice. He's barely managing to find some leftover goods here in Mass Meadows. But Pablo as a solo, knowing that he has to deal with Vanya, Pixie and Mattias, who are just way up above in the high ground. Megtanulni, hányan vannak? Hát most elvileg 10, de lehet, hogy hazudik a cucc. Hát Pablónak itt kicsit nehéz lesz a helyzet. Hát ezt valószínűleg Vanya, Marius és Pixie meg fogja nyerni. És ezt elég valószínűleg Mr. Savage, Rezon és Vedilnek köszönhetik. Ugyanis ők voltak azok, akik a meccs elején lelőtték Fredoxik, ők voltak azok, akik ebbe a folyamatos rossz helyzetbe helyezték őket. Vajja, old bye. Ajjaj, azgatja. És hivatalosan megvannak a bajnokok. Marius, Vanya és Pixie. És hát várjál. Ez még nem biztos, mert elvileg 2 ponttal vannak a Mariusék előtt. Várjál. Meddig tart a live? Hát most a game végéig. Megnézzük a végét, és addig igazából. Megnézzük a leaderboardot, meg beszélgetünk még a végén egy kicsit. Hát Pixiéknek innen most így egyből meg kéne halniuk ahhoz. Na viszont ami érdekel minket, hogy a többi csapat, akik élnek még, és még nem kvalifikáltak, tehát nem jutottak be a LAN-ra, azok hogy tudnak teljesíteni. Látom például Tyson, Rist és Csicsót. Látom Pigstar és Demus, pontosan itt is vannak. Látom Panzert, Appelt és Thomas-t. Látom Kamisetit, Harry. Ezek mind top 10 csapatok, és Kamiék Kamiék és a Reddit Play. Aló? Ők ilyen agresszívak? Lehet, hogy tudják, hogy nem feltétlenül lesz meg a Marius. Merces, Cizi, Queasy, Zomból kijönnek. Ők nekik sincsen még kvalifikációjuk. Mersac kapja az ívet. Cizi vagy Seti, Kami, Harry, azok elég jó helyen vannak. A frontside Vassal buildelnek. Vanya, Pixie, Marius nyilván jó helyen vannak, tehát ők mikor nem voltak jó helyen. Most van probléma, gyerekek, most nem azért, most volt káosz, egy kevés. 26 ember él még. Ott Thomasék próbálják kicsapolni Mariusékat, nem sikerült. Szerintem Mariusék már egyébként megnyerték, szóval nekik már nem kell tovább menniük. Queasy szerzett közben egy killt, Pixdarm és Demus még mindig élnek mind a hárman. Vanya, Pixie és Marius még mindig szintén egészségesek. Thomasék megpróbálják átvenni a high groundot, vagyis hát nézegetik, de nem hiszem, hogy elég nyersanyaguk van ahhoz, hogy ezt megtegyék. Főleg, hogy most mindenki kapja, de Pixie, Marius meghalt, Pixie is meghal, Vanya van egyedül hátra, úgyhogy így valószínűleg elveszti a high groundot, és Vanya kimegy fel. Úgy látom, hogy Kemiseti és Harry lesz az, de nem, mert Harry nokkos. Ki van a high groundon? Mi történik? Demus és Pix még élnek. Regal, Panzer és Thomas vannak, vagy nem. Apple, Panzer és Thomas vannak a high groundon, és Pixie, vagy Pix, Demus és Darm ellen vannak a 3v3-ba. Nézzük, hogy ki fogja megnyerni. És ez Thomas HD lesz, aki megnyeri az utolsó gémet 10 kill-lel, és így valószínűleg tovább jutnak, vagy bejutnak, vagy kvalifikálnak, vagy nem tudom, a LAN-ra, a Global Championships-re. Ez hát itt volt action, mit ne mondjak. A minden itt neki. Ez volt az első győzelmük az egész hétvégén, de lehet, hogy a legfontosabb is. Egyben. Ugyanis ezzel valószínűleg bejutnak. Elmehetnek Lyonba.
Yesterday, this whole FNCS has been a roller coaster of emotions, but that concludes it for Taco and I here in the casting booth, but we still have more to break down, so let's head on over to Frankie, Levin, and Minnie.
Well, it is a great honor to reveal your FNCS Europe Major 2 champions.
Vanya, Marius és Pixie.
Marius, Pixie and Vanya.
Így van. Ezt azért eddig is tudtuk. GG. Azt akkor tudtuk, amikor Predoxék meghaltak, szóval, ja. Szerintem megérdemelték, 4 gémet is megnyertek. 12-ből.
The 2-time for Marius, for Vanya. Marius finally getting it done for Denmark. I mean, look, Denmark has been one of the best regions, if not the best country.
És tényleg ő az első Dán bajnak. Mindenki azt hitte, hogy Thomas HD lesz. Thomas HD kétszer lett második, 1 ponton múlott mind a kétszer. Vagyis hát kétszer is 1 ponton múlt a győzelem Thomas HD-nak, de végül Marius lett az első Dán FNCS bajnok. Jó van, Alex, akkor jó tanulást. Hát mondjuk olyan nincs, hogy jó tanulás. Kitartást. Jó éjszakát, jó pihenést, további szép estét, meg minden. Nagyjából amúgy 5-10 perc is vége a streamnek, szóval ja. Úgyhogy akkor jó legyél. Na hello. Vanya az még azért mindig úgy néz, pont nem látjátok, de Vanya az úgy néz ki, mint egy, nem tudom. Tehát, hogy szemöldöke nincs az öregnek.
Because he is a fantastic player, one of the best fraggers in the region. And when Trios got announced after Global Championships 2024, Pixie started playing with Queasy and Veno. That was his trio, right? And I mean, what a trio it was, right? To be on the same team, to get to play with legends like Queasy and Veno. And he deserved it. He had earned that spot. And when that trio split up and Queasy and Veno decided we don't want to play with each other, it sort of left Pixie in a bad position for options, not at any fault of his own. He was amazing in that trio. And so I was really hoping he'd find a good team team to land on. He got there with Vanya and Marius. They did well last season, but for him now to finally have that FNCS win next to his name, I am over the moon for him, overjoyed for him. Marius and Pixie, two of the best young stars we've seen in Fortnite over the past year. And to see them pick up an FNCS win is just a sign of this new era of EU competitive that we are in right now.
I want us to hold the leaderboard for a second because I just want to remind everyone watching of the stakes and what Thomas getting a victory royale potentially means for this leaderboard, because he really needed a huge game, and Mini Miner, he Panzer and Apple truly delivered, but we still got to wait to see if it's going to be enough. Do you think it is?
Well, they've done all they can, right? You know, you've won the last game. We saw Apple going down on spawn early on in that game, so they picked up the pieces from there. And overall, they've had their ups and downs, this team. They were looking strong after day one. Day number two, not so good for this team, but the end to day number two has been absolutely spectacular. Thomas in particular, Levin, the way that he's been able to play this season, proves what he belongs in these major finals and doing so much damage with that, the drum gun, just being a force to be reckoned with for the whole lobby. This has been a trio to watch. I really hope they make it to globals.
Well, why don't we take a look and find out the leaderboard is ready.
Így van, nézzük. Elsőt azt tudjuk, második Pablo Fedoxi.
Beating out Thomas, Apple and Panzer to the top spot. Tayson has had just the most phenomenal day 11. It's maybe a surprise to see Thomas just pick to the post
Thomas, Apple és Panzernek.
small number of points.
Nem lett elég.
But the consistency won out at the end.
lettek.
Wow. Looking at these teams who have made it in, this is unbelievable, unreal. Of course, you have to look at
Vanya Pixie Marius lett az első, Chino Pablo Fredoxi a második. Basszátok meg! Na jó, akkor nézzük itt. Szóval Vanya Pixie Marius lettek az elsők, Chino Pablo Bingo Fredoxi a második, a Pixstar és Démus végül harmadikak lettek. Nem hittem volna, hogy feljönnek idáig, de végül harmadikak lettek. Második hellyel. Pinkbox Malibuka végül negyedik helyen végeztek. Suzy Queasy Mersac egyáltalán nem az ötödik helyre várták őket, de csak az ötödikek lettek. Vico, Veno, Flixi a hatodik, Tayson, Riz és Chicho lettek a hetedikek, ezzel ők lettek az utolsók az első hétből, akik jutottak, vagy kijutottak Lyonba a Global Championshipre, ami azt jelenti, hogy a jelenleg az első 7 csapat, akik itt láttak, Taysonig lezárulva, mind ott lesznek majd szeptemberben Lyonban a Global Championshipen, akik viszont lemaradtak mindössze 8 ponttal, azaz 2 killen múlott, az Thomas HD, Apple és Panzer, Seti, Kamihari szintén lemaradtak, 9-ek lettek, Pink Naps és Kiro 10-dik, iDrop Sky Scroll, hát ők nekik az első game, vagy az első 2 game után ők voltak az elsők, a 12. után pedig a 11-ek sajnos, úgyhogy 10 gémmel később, 10 helyen lejjebb. Cringe, Volko, Kiduo lettek a 12-ek, Akira Kurama, Verex lettek a 13-ek, Dimus, Giras, Franek lettek a 14-ek, Moneymaker, F-Nayan, Faded lettek a 15-ek, Robin, Cheatin, Trexer 16, Artskill, Podasite, X-Quiz 17, Rick Borzer, Razangi 18, The Deal, Mr. Savage és Rezon csak a 19. helyen végeztek, ez tőlük borzasztó teljesítmény volt szerintem. Srapt, Hellfire, Trippern 20, Comeback, Blaha Mixen 21, Shark, Relax, Noirelli 22, Noya, Misha, Yassen 23, Sangil, Tidi, Jule 24, Cheptini, Squee 25, Noms, Ovalo, Twy 26, Fast Rocky, Focus, Janis 27, Glapship, Praxi, Gripé 28, Ardi, Palex és Darkis 29, Ju, Finek, vagy Finaik, vagy nem tudom, és ZND 30, Ricky Belusi, Gapix 31, Dexi, Hati, Artist 32, és végül ő, Kate és Ivanke 33, mindössze 32 ponttal, ami azért nem mondom, hogy valami jó, de nem mindegy. Szóval, ja. Így néz ki a végső leaderboard. Itt mutatom a pénzeket. Így néznek ki a pénzek. Nem látjátok. Passza. Így látjátok? Jó, így nagyjából lehet látni. Kicsit arrébb húzom. Így. Így már lehet. Nem. Halló? Nem számít, hogy hova húzogatom. Jó van. Mindegy, így látjátok a legjobban, szóval első hely 60 000, második hely 40 000, harmadik hely 27 000. Ez egy játékos kap ennyit. Negyedik hely 20 000, tehát egy 20 000 x 3, 20 300, ötödik hely, tizedik helyig 15 950, tizedik helytől 15-ig 11 600, 15-től 20-ig 5800, 20-től 25-ig 2900, 20 és nem 15-től 20, mindegy. Itt vannak, na, az a lényeg. Összekavarodtam egy kicsit. És az a lényeg, hogy top 25 alatt pedig nem kaptak pénzt. Ami azt jelenti, hogy Chap, Tini és Skivi volt az utolsó csapat, aki a mai napon pénzt kapott. Ez pedig én voltam még 4 órával ezelőtt, amikor lefagyott a kamera, és kiégtem a gecibe. Szóval, ja, hát így állunk. Ja. Úgyhogy köszi szépen, srácok, hogy itt voltatok. Találkozunk akkor majd. Találkozunk legközelebb, ami nem tudom mikor lesz, de majd valamikor. Most az elmúlt 3 napban mindig volt stream, ráadásul 2 egész hosszú, tehát 2 darab 4 órás, úgyhogy ja, reméljük, hogy és hát nem tudom, hogy mikor leszek legközelebb, de jók legyetek. Ezt tudom így ide tenni nektek, mert most sajnos ez maradt. Ja. Ja. Köszi srácok, itt voltatok. Jók legyetek. És akkor majd találkozunk legközelebb. Ami pedig nem tudom mikor lesz, de majd legközelebb. Úgyhogy ja, addig jók legyetek. Na szavaztok!